welcome
Woohoo!
to this episode of Midnight Ranting. Is atheism absurd? Tonight, we have a discussion on whether or not believing in gods is a rational belief, while also listening to a video on a view from the opposing viewpoint. So won't you come join us for some metaphysical fun?
Drop your cocks and grab your socks.
Woohoo! I want to thank everyone for joining us out there on the inner tubes. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, subscribe, or follow us out on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We're a skeptic channel. I know. We're a skeptic channel, but after we watch the opposing viewpoint and after we have our openers, we're still going to be opening up the floodgates, which means anyone could come join us and say what's on their mind. We'll also give everyone the chance to have their own opening and closing statements, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative. Come as you are, just not on the sheets. You can also find our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more awesome content, including awesome Patreons like I can't help it. I turned the Carrot Top towards midnight. Like K.O. Champ.
Woohoo!
And Oz from, I have to say it now because I want to do round, but I'm slowly. The Atheist Round Table, which is now a sweet filling of tang.
The Flat Earth Atheist Society.
Yeah, exactly. But also Ian Davenport. Thank you so very much, Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
But also, I wanted to say this.
Wait,
I always want to get his name out very specifically. It is
for the algorithm.
A grumpy old. I'm
we
sure
can't
you guys
say.
got that. Exactly. Love Hearts Grumpy and Heart Diana Smith. Sending hearts to Diana. Thank you so very much. And Pat, I think I should have my Skeptic Bible. That should be my book. Pat, thank you so very much.
A prop for Pat, like a shovel, because he actually goes out there and digs in the dirt looking for evidence of the shit.
Exactly, and it's fun. And thank you, Dale. Thank you, Dale. Pastel. Woohoo!
And one
Sending
more.
love to you, Dale. And actually, two. Thank you, Dave Gar.
Thank you, Dave
Sending
Gar.
hearts, Dave Gar, and sending hearts to Scott. Thank you so very much, Scott Duke. Sending all the love. Duke. I need to get more props so I can get like everyone a prop. And
are you sure you need more? Is that really like the top on your priority list?
Definitely.
Okay.
And don't forget to hit that all button icon so you can join us during our reminders and see our premieres. Reminders. I
don't tell you when we come on. Yeah.
And with that, is atheism absurd? No. But let's get some terms on the board. A theist is someone who believes in a god. An atheist, therefore, is someone who does not believe in a God. Theists often ask me where my sticking point is. The linchpin, and let me tell you, it's a hell of a linchpin, is the notion of a being. A word that theists like to slip right on by. Like consciousness, because it's the frontier of human science. A being that created time, space, and the universe, which is something beings don't normally do. That is to say, they don't normally grant natural laws. Beings are too busy chomping on hamburgers and running away from people trying to make them into hamburgers. Yet this dude, or spirit whatever, is the thing that is necessary for existence of everything. Funny enough, existence of everything boy can't make himself existent, or at least not in any empirical manner. So we end up with first cause arguments from thousands of years ago as science marches forward. Meanwhile, this deity who used to show up quite often in their holy text has went the way of the dodo bird, or at least his appearances has.
He's a dodo.
So if God was looking to win world hide and seek champion, then hand it to him. Are atheists for absurd for not believing in a claim that has no empirical evidence? No, we're doing just fine. Thank you. And woohoo!
Thanks,
With
Amy.
that, how are you tonight, James? And are you ready for some metaphysical fun?
I sure am, and that was a good introduction because, of course, atheism isn't absurd because we talk about atheism all the time. People making and asserting claims without evidence. Now, that's pretty absurd, and I think we're going to see some of that tonight. Now, we normally, 90% of the time, we're picking on our Christian friends, but tonight, we're going to take a look at a Muslim apologist, specifically a metaphysical Muslim apologist. And this is I believe he's an American convert, and he is part of that thought adventure gaggle of Muslims that they have over there. And he was one of the ones that ended up converting one of Oz's good friends, formerly the empathetic atheist, to Islam. So I think it's important for us to take a look at what they're saying and let's see what they've got to say. Hey, maybe they'll make a good point. Maybe they'll convert us all to Islam tonight. I don't know. I'm not really expecting that to happen, but hey, you never know. You got to hear them out, right?
Exactly. And, well, what I'll say, and thank you so very much, James. And so we, as always, just like I did with Bob Larson, and he'll probably shout himself out, but we're going to be watching the Muslim metaphysician. And so if you do like his content, we're not hating him. Go check out his content once we show you. Like all YouTube content creators, we're just going to be talking about the ideas. And let me tell you something,
See what
James.
he's got to say.
The more that I listen to the Muslim apologists, the more they are like a mix between precepts and Catholics. Like, it's the same arguments, but they try and come at it from a science or philosophical way, but in the same way that the creationists on those types of sides do.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
Hamilton.
it's the same. It's just sometimes packaged a little different, I guess, would be the way. But I mean, once you get to the root of it, the arguments are very similar. So,
And they cross-pollinate. A lot of times they use each other's, I would say, the most popular arguments.
the Kalam being, yeah.
Exactly. And the Kalam annoys me to no end. Well,
We need to do
it's not that the Kalam. Yeah. Yes. What are you gonna say?
I was going to say, we need to do at some point an entire podcast just on Kalam.
Yes, we do. And it's not that just the Kalam, but because really that's just being like, all things need a cause. Don't all things need a cause? And it's like, okay. Except
that's when we had when we were on
our
Tart,
special friend
Otangelo about that, and I said it was special pleading, and then he's like, that is not a special pleading. And Amy's like, wait a minute, how is that not a special pleading? You just said everything except God needs a cause. That's a special pleading.
Yeah.
And Amy's like,
yeah, and they also complain profusely when you say it is special pleading.
all right.
And okay, so
Give it to me, baby. Sell me a quality muffler at a reasonable price.
oh my. And okay, so we'll let him talk and we'll make some commentary where we disagree, and then eventually we will let everybody in to say what their thoughts were. And woohoo!
I mean, he's starting off with a San Antonio Spurs hat, so he's already down.
I
2
will
points
say,
to start.
and like I say with all my videos, I watch the first 10 minutes or so of these things. I can't make fun of the way he looks because he looks exactly like the group of people I hung out with in high school. Like the kind of skater, kind of whatever. But I agree with what you just said, but I also agree with
yeah, we're not.
I was into DC. I was into DCs. It was kind of a thing. I still have a pair of DCs. Okay, moving into metaphysics.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And today I'm going to discuss with you the topic of atheism.
Actually, I will say one last thing. I love saying assalamu alaikum to like when I see people with hijabs and stuff, because I'm just in the debate community, so I think lay Muslims are like, why do you know this? And I'm like, I just like saying it. It's like saying hello.
It's
Five
fun.
main points I'm going to discuss with you in this video. The first is, what is atheism? Meaning, what is the definition of atheism? The old one, how it was understood previously, and now the popularized definition of atheism. The second thing is, we're going to discuss why this definition is important. Why does it matter in discussions with atheists? The third thing that we're going to discuss is the issue of what's called universal negatives and the burden of proof. The fourth thing that I'm going to discuss with you is a commonly held epistemology, which means the theory of knowledge, how we know things, how we come to know things, and what knowledge actually is. I'm going to discuss what a popular atheistic epistemology typically consists of and what the flaw or problem with that is.
All right, tell us what we believe.
The fifth thing that I'm going to discuss, which is
also, they have this obsession with the definition of atheist. Atheists, except for a few people, very easily say, "What are you? I'm blah blah blah." Oh, okay, and then you go on. But no. Are you really this meek a position? I am holding a gun to your head metaphorically. Yeah,
Darth is like, you're denying God. Well, not direct. You're indirectly denying God. Okay, I'm just saying you haven't given me any reason to believe. So until that point, I'm not going to believe. It's not too complicated.
Exactly. Just waiting for some evidence, some empirical evidence.
Yeah.
Now, I think what a lot of them will say, the common response is, why do you need empirical? Actually, it normally goes, what do you want? Empirical. Ugh, why do you want empirical? It's like, okay, whatever. Let's go.
You don't want anecdotal evidence?
Well, they always say, well, isn't philosophical evidence or isn't something else? And it's like, sure, we can start there, but there has been no philosophical argument so far in human history that has gotten you to a God. Your specific one or the deistic one or any other one. You can throw all those causes, all those arguments, all that lovely.
I mean, and not to knock philosophy as a branch of study, but the philosophers today are still talking about mainly a lot of the same stuff they were talking about 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, because it's all abstract concepts.
Yes.
It's not like they're all contemplating what it is to exist and to be, and that's all subjective. It's abstract.
And what they do is they hang their hat smartly or wisely on the best of the best in the past few thousand years, but that's all they do. But that they lit like 2 or 3 guys over here, but then science, meanwhile, over here, moving forward, doing things, making medicine with vaccines, getting us to the moon.
I'm sure, they would like to talk about philosophers who lived 2,000 or 3,000 years ago who knew almost nothing about the natural world.
And I will say, moving forward, philosophy is important. We don't need to chuck philosophy, but it cannot be the only peg, as far as I could tell, to get us to a God. They haven't been able to use philosophy to get us to a God, but they always ask us, what do we want? And when we say science, they go, science, can't we move it?
Even their philosophy isn't that impressive, but, that as it may, they have nothing else.
That's why they share the same art. That's why Kalam. The Muslims use Kalam, but my joke is, as much as I love William Lane Craig, on William Lane Craig's grave, it is going to say the Kalam cosmological argument, which is fine. I mean, he's a nice guy, but okay, moving forward.
Yeah. Praise God. Praise Allah.
Popular atheists, especially online, is this idea that there is no evidence for God or the creator of the universe. I'm going to be presenting a short version of some of the evidence that is available to us to show the claim that there is no evidence is simply false.
We got evidence coming.
The first thing that I'm going to discuss is the definition of atheism. Now, pardon me as I read here a quote from a popular atheist website called AmericanAtheist.org. Here's what they have to say. And I quote, "Atheism is one thing, a lack of belief in gods. Atheism is not an affirmative belief that there is no God, nor does it answer any question about what a person believes. It is simply a rejection of the assertion that there are gods. Atheism is too often defined incorrectly as a belief system. To be clear, atheism is not a disbelief in gods or a denial of gods. It is a lack of belief in gods." Now they say older dictionaries define atheism as a belief that there is no God. Clearly, theistic influence taints these definitions. The fact that dictionaries define atheism as, quote, "there is no God," betrays a monotheistic influence. Without the monotheistic influence, the definition would at least read, "there are no gods." Now, the problem with this definition is, even by their own admission, it is not an affirmative belief that there is no God, nor does it answer any question about what a person actually believes about the God question, whether there is a God or not. So the problem is that it's too vague, and it's used as sort of an umbrella term in which different...
Like, I swear half of half of the arguments of, I was going to say, I'm trying to think how to paint it with the fundies. I don't know. Half the apologetic arguments are about trying to redefine atheism, like either out of existence or to its like, you have the burden of proof, which I understand is kind of the title of this episode. We are basically talking about it because he's talking about it, but it really is a shoving off of the burden of proof. Now, I think that there are gods that don't exist, but just because I am a little bit closer, I call my medium atheist to the hard atheist line, doesn't mean that just saying no. It's not that I don't believe any gods don't exist. I'm just waiting for you to give me some frigging evidence. And I don't understand why that's so hard, because I feel like in any other time, these people, in all other mechanisms within life, they're very skeptical. I feel like they would not buy these sort of claims.
I mean, from their perspective, it's kind of like we're cheating, like, because we're not making an affirmative claim, so we're just rejecting theirs. They want us to be making an affirmative claim. They want us to have some burden of proof, but in this sense, we just don't.
Well, and a lot of times it'll be, the whole point with a lot of these is going so, in my opinion, so vague and so nebulous that we are in outer space. It's about saying, well, how can we know anything? And it's like, okay, I get it. You just watched The Matrix, super excited. I know, like Titan Uranus says, solipsism of the world unite.
You just talked to Darth Dawkins or Sunflower. You got your philosophy from them. Your brain's in a vat.
Sunflower is a sup. I'll give him that. But
he goes to the brain in a vat thing.
Oh, does he do the brain in the vat?
Oh well, yeah.
Then there you go.
Anytime you try to nail him down on anything, he goes right to the, well, how do you know other minds exist? How do you know there's anybody's even real? You don't know that for sure, do you? No, Sunflower, we don't.
And that is a poisoning of the well. That is basically what they're trying to get you to do, is say, how can we know anything? Do you agree? Here's this. And it's
why are you looking for truth? Why would you look for truth when you don't even know that there are other minds that exist?
And it's getting really close. It's treading on my territory, because when they're talking about minds and consciousnesses and beings and all this stuff, and they throw the terms around so loosely, and a lot of people who aren't either obsessed with the topic like I am, or more likely don't have expertise in the subject at all. They don't want to talk outside of their expertise. And so they are using those terms, being, just a being agency. In general. Agency,
being, causality, things they really don't understand.
And all of those things are very important physical terms that yes, maybe have come from philosophy at one point, but you could map them out sometimes with physics. I mean,
they do have dual application,
yeah. And okay, moving forward.
Different atheistic positions can fall under this. This mainly divides into three groups. Atheism proper, which was in the old days commonly understood as the proposition.
I'm sorry, atheism proper? Am I jumping the gun on being triggered, or?
I mean, I think he's gonna say that's like hard atheism, like there is no God, but we'll see where he's going.
That there is no God.
There you go.
Secondly, agnosticism, which means without knowledge. So the agnostic doesn't know if there is a God or not. And thirdly, this verificationism, which comes from the verification principle of knowledge, which was popular in the early 1900s, in which it says any metaphysical claim is just simply meaningless. Now I have on my
If you can't test a claim, yes, it's meaningless.
to show this.
Because if you make something that's unfalsifiable that we
Atheism,
can't test,
or they call
Okay.
atheism, is a lack of belief in a god or gods. Now, this is the umbrella term that they're admitting is vague and doesn't clearly define the position. So then
we're not confused about it.
Hold on. I'm going to go back just about 3 seconds so we can get a good view of this. Okay. Which are you? Atheism, lack of belief of gods. Atheism proper. There is no God. I swear, that just term, when you say proper, it just feels like what I was saying again, a poisoning of the well. It's saying, this is what I want atheists to be. This is how you be a proper atheist.
Yeah.
Agnosticism, don't know if there is a God or not. And verificationism, metaphysical claims are meaningless. That got real Nietzschean on me for a second. I'm not sure how that fits in there. Maybe it does.
I don't think so either. I think he's trying to say that would be like lack of belief atheism, verificationism, because we're verifying their assertion.
I think this is a rule of threes thing, and you just got to have that.
It really doesn't make sense. Because the way he's mixing it up, like most atheists would call themselves some degree of agnostic atheists. You don't claim to know for sure there's no God, except for the hard atheists, but I think they're in the minority. But if you don't have a belief in it, you can call yourself an atheist unless you don't want to.
It feels like these sort of definitional type of arguments feels like they're just trying to drive a wedge.
Right.
Like the same way that schisms naturally drive a wedge in religions. It feels like they're trying to do that with atheists.
He's carrying Steve McRae's water for him, and there's no reason for him to be doing that. But I see why. But Leophilius, what did you just walk into?
I would say precept, but like Muslim edition.
Is vague and doesn't clearly define the position. So then it branches off into three categories. Atheism proper, which says there is no God. Agnosticism, which says don't know if there is a God or not. Or this sort of verificationism, which says metaphysical claims are meaningless in general. Okay?
If you want to sell online.
He's monetized. He's monetized. You almost did a Gavin there.
Let's look from an unbiased source, or what attempts to be an unbiased source, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Okay?
Hey, Oz.
Says atheism is typically defined.
Can I say the Stanford Encyclopedia? I like the Stanford Encyclopedia, but is there no more often quoted like atheist? This is what you believe from. I've heard this apologetics before. It's just funny hearing it from him, but I've heard this stuff before. Okay.
Yeah, it's one that they bring out once in a while. They got to play the hits. The fans love it.
Exactly. I guess that's true. When you're touring, you got to do the hits.
In terms of theism. Theism, in turn, is best understood as a proposition, something that is either true or false, namely, God exists. He does exist or he doesn't exist. It is often defined as the belief that God exists. But here, belief
fallacious belief
means something believed. It refers to the propositional content of belief, not the attitude or mere psychological state of believing. This is why it makes sense to say that theism is true or false, and to argue for or against.
And that's what we do.
As people were saying, I'm glad it's not just the trans in me. I just love how they like to pronoun God. It's always funny. It
Right.
is a guy, guys.
Theism. If, however, atheism is defined in terms of theism, and theism is the proposition that God exists, and not the mere psychological condition of believing that there is a God, then it follows that atheism is not the absence of the psychological condition of believing that God exists. So the key point here is that atheism, if it is a rejection of theism, and theism is defined by propositional content, which means the proposition that God exists, then atheism, if it is the opposite of that, must be understood in terms of its propositional content of the rejection.
He did say he was going to provide evidence for his God, right?
There is
He
no
did say
God.
that. Did I miss that?
Hopefully.
I haven't heard any yet. I just hear squabbling about definitions, but I didn't hear any evidence yet.
Once again, it is like, this is what I want atheists to be. It's like, there are a whole bunch of atheists. In fact, what he's basically saying, and the definition that he's using, is he's like, hey, 90% of the little community, the agnostic atheists, you're not a proper atheist. You hear me? You're not proper. You got to become proper.
A hard atheist. Are you a hard atheist, Amy?
Now, with that being said, that's a funny you asked that. That being said, there are good reasons to not believe in specific gods. Okay, we'll put that on the table too. Now, I and others, may not be everyone, but he's basically trying to say, I mean, vast majority of atheists that I know identify as agnostic atheists, or a giant slice, giant slice. And so what he is doing is basically ruling them all out.
So now this business about it being the psychological condition of the person is completely false, and it crumbles upon analysis. Okay?
Oh, crumble it.
And that's funny you say that. I don't know if he's doing that or not. But what is it with like precepts and all this, and I guess Muslim? But they have, I guess sometimes it's a script. Sometimes it's I swear, a logic flow. Like, it's just, we need a yes, we need a no, so I can get you to that G-O-D. Yeah, exactly.
Like the Darth Dawkins flowchart of death or doom.
Discussing this idea, where did this new popularized definition of atheism come from? I quote, departing even more radically from the norm in philosophy, a few philosophers and quite a few non-philosophers claim that atheism shouldn't be defined as a proposition at all, even if theism is a proposition. Instead, atheism should be defined as a psychological state, the state of not believing in the existence of God or gods. This view was famously proposed by the philosopher Antony Flew, and arguably played a role in his 1972 defense of an alleged presumption of atheism. The editors of the Oxford Handbook of Atheism also favor this definition, and one of them, Stephen Bullivant, defends it on grounds of scholarly. His argument is that this definition can best serve as an umbrella term for a wide variety of positions that have been identified with atheism.
He's got his Muslim MAGA hat, usually, which if you've ever seen him, he's usually wearing a MAGA-style Muslim hat, says the metaphysical Muslim.
I mean, it's just so funny how similar. But yeah, this is, I believe so. This is my first time. I'm really just learning about that whole community, and it's just so funny how after listening to all these William Lane Craig debates with Christopher Hitchens, it's just like, like you said, gotta play the hits. Sometimes when you're the Beatles, you gotta play the hits.
new definition has become so vague that it doesn't really tell you anything about what the person believes, as the American atheists have admitted. So it's this umbrella term in which these various positions can fall under them, which they're agreeing with. Okay, so his argument is that this definition can be served as an umbrella term for a wide variety of positions that have been identified with atheism. Scholars can then use adjectives like strong and weak to develop a taxonomy that differentiates various specific atheisms. Unfortunately, here's the point now.
Let me go through a quick a role play with you, Amy. So, Amy, do you believe in Bigfoot? Do you think do you believe that there is a Bigfoot, a hominid somewhere in the world? Could be over here, could be an abominable.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so, but I don't know.
So you don't believe in one, but you're not saying it's impossible, right? You're not saying could there be one?
You know, I guess there could be. He's sneaking outside.
You would have to look in every single cave at the same time to make sure that there's not one hiding in there, right? So you can never really know.
I guess that means we all have to believe in Bigfoot now.
Or you could be a Bigfootiest because you're not saying it's impossible. You just haven't seen any evidence to make you believe in it yet. Easy concept. It's not too complicated for these people. They should be able to figure this out.
Yeah, and like I said, they're skeptical in probably all other aspects of life. It's just when it comes to religion, and that's why they take it back to, well, do you know how life started? Do you know how the universe started? And it's like, well, no, those are the frontiers of science, but do you have empirical evidence like we have for all the other awesome claims that science has been giving you?
Well, he said he was going to present some. I just haven't heard any yet, but I'm hopeful.
Hopeful. We're learning where we're absurd, right?
Fact that if atheism is defined as a psychological state, then no proposition can count as a form of atheism because a proposition is not a psychological state. This undermines his argument in defense of Flu's definition, for it implies that what he calls strong atheism, the proposition or belief in the sense of something being believed, that there is no God, is not really a variety of atheism at all. In short, his proposed umbrella term.
Oh, is that chat? I thought it was my browser.
What happened?
I think there's a spammer in chat. That's okay. Hi, spammer. It doesn't matter. I love you. Exactly. Sending love to our mods.
Take care of it for us.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, that is probably theist love.
Term leaves strong atheism out in the rain. So the key point here.
Though we do have also amazing theists in chat, so we have to also send love to them.
They're not all crazy.
Is that if you're defining atheism as a psychological state and not in terms of its propositional content, whether there is a God or there isn't, then the strong atheism, which formed one of the connections in the chart that I have on my board there, atheism proper, that there is no God, couldn't rightly fall under the umbrella term atheism because that is a proposition that there is no God. And atheism that they're proposing, the definition that they're proposing, is not propositional content. It is only the psychological state of the individual. So it doesn't serve any purpose in answering the God question of whether there is or isn't a God. So in reality, this definition that they're proposing is too vague. It's not helpful. and winds up collapsing on itself due to the problem that I just spelled out. Now, why is this definition of atheism important? Why have I just spent 10 or 11 minutes?
I don't know. I would love to know why.
Atheism. The reason that it's important,
I would love to know.
You have to understand why it has been altered. Now, in 1972, this definition was proposed by Anthony Flew and has now become
it's a conspiracy to alter atheism.
And oh, Jeebus, so they really gonna bring up Anthony Flew, and who became, first of all, a deist. They always love this. And okay,
internet atheists. Now, the first reason why it's important to understand this definitional issue is because when having a discussion with a so-called atheist about whether or not God exists, both parties have to be clear on the definition. If they're calling themselves an atheist, I have to understand what they mean by that statement, that I am an atheist.
Well, you could ask us, and I feel like it'd be easy.
That depends upon what the meaning of the word is.
I can't do a Bill Clinton. But
I used to be able to. I'd spent so long since he was president.
Yeah, God, I need to do a good Southern. He has like a Southern, but it's not. Oh.
Not deep South. It's kind of like the Midwest South.
A politician South.
Yeah.
Atheist. Now, because of this new definition of it being so vague, I have no idea.
It's not vague.
Which of the—
It's actually very specific, and we break it up into hard and soft atheism. And
it's too complicated for him to understand. He can't, connect a few dots. It's how did they find out we were God?
I think it just sends the stream, and I'm very specific. I view these arguments. They're not even Muslim arguments. I mean, they are Muslim arguments in that things like the Kalam is specifically, I believe, was developed in the Muslim Golden Age, but I mean, it's just been adopted by so many other religions that it's just like we've heard this shtick for years at this point. So it's like, okay.
The three categories they fall under.
Categories, you say?
But I've simplified it to three just for the sake of this discussion. Now, I have to understand which position they fall under because I don't want to attack the so-called strong atheist position when they claim that they're an atheist. If they really fall in something more...
No, because that's his special. That's his proper atheist. He wants us all to be hard atheists, which, I mean, that's funny. I feel like there's a bunch of hard atheists probably in chat and in this group. I was going to say, we probably want that too. Wow. But we're not going to judge our freaking brothers and sisters who
the context use the word hard in.
Exactly. Oh baby, I bet it does. But unlike with the theists, we don't have to judge each other. And I know many theists don't judge each other, but I'm just saying that when there are no theological differences for us to have.
No doctrine.
No
dogma,
doctrine, exactly.
No ritual,
really
religion, no holy
book,
nothing to kill each other over. I mean, go figure.
Nothing to kill each other over. Yeah. Exactly, and okay. And I'll play. And if you want to see I'm looking at most of the comments and trying to read some funny ones. But if you want to see your specific comment read up on screen, either on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, doesn't matter. I'll still see it. Feel free to tag me at AV Newman. It's like he's everywhere. Do. And hey, Jake, if you are here, that is cool. In fact, join us in the open mic like we do. We want Bob. We want Darth to join. I wish Darth would join on here. Cat Hovind. All of these.
That would be a dream come true.
Do we know a rabbi? Is there a favorite? Get a rabbi on here. We'll
It
debate.
had to be one of the ones that the Christians like to as like their token rabbi that they roll out.
Well, we don't have a rabbi, but we have Will Kincaid. Get Will Kincaid. I don't actually really know what Will actually believes. I think he's like a secular Jew. I don't think he's even religious. Yeah, I think he's probably a secular Jew.
I think he's an atheist.
That would be funny. That would be funny. And okay. Just all right. Goss says, just grab my Quran. I've been converted.
Praise Allah. Praise Allah.
Praise
Salam
Allah.
alaikum, Mohammed. Poob. Peace be upon her.
Assalamu alaikum. There's also, I really need to get better at the response back. There's like a longer response back. But I'm going to eventually get a Quran, and we'll eventually do a skeptic Quran study, which I'm excited for. That'll get there. We're just in Leviticus, so it might be a little while. James might have a beard. I might have a beard. We'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah.
All right. Moving forward.
Or of the agnostic category. So the point is that when speaking to these so-called atheist individuals, further questions need to be asked
atheists.
in light of this definition
i.e. the majority.
problem.
So why can't he just present evidence
The
for his
reason
God? Why does he have to?
has been redefined is because there's an issue of burden of proof. Now, what is burden of proof?
You don't like the burden of proof, do you?
Something that you are about to shift, good sir. I can feel it coming.
He doesn't like that burden of proof.
This is yours now.
Well, the atheists have attempted to redefine the term atheism as a psychological state rather than a proposition, because over time they realized that atheism as a proposition cannot be defended, namely the position that there is no God. Now, why is that?
Also, do you notice how he set that up? That was like a pinball. He was like, I want to say I love you to all you proper atheists out there. Also, the reason why there's no proper atheists out there is because it can't be defended.
Because it is almost impossible to prove a negative, because that's just the way things are. It's literally, you can't prove there's no leprechauns because you would have to be everywhere at once to make sure that there's no leprechauns. So even though it's almost extremely unlikely, almost no chance in hell, you still can't prove it beyond any doubt because you can't be everywhere at all times. Same thing with God. There's no God somewhere, some way, somehow, but that doesn't mean you have good reason to believe it. Yeah, we'll take Will.
I was gonna say wait. And okay, and yeah, I guess we're all supposed atheists. Guess so, right?
That's because it is a proposition that is a knowledge claim. Now, once you make that knowledge claim that there is no God in a debate, you now share a burden of proof along with the theist in trying to support your claim with evidence. Now, atheists have recognized that this proposition that there is no God, cannot be defended. This is why they have redefined the term. Now, what else can we say about this issue?
Once again, this comes from an understanding of the difference between theism, meaning holding a belief in God, and Gnosticism, meaning knowledge, meaning I know it. And knowledge is a subset of your beliefs. What does that phrase mean? Often talked about. It means that you have a lot of beliefs out there, but how many of them are actual knowledge? Only a subset of them. I really don't think this is hard. In fact, what I think is smart people or apologists or all these people, what they do is they spend lots of time trying to just do gymnastics so that they could go, ta-da, we can't know anything. Here's my version of God.
They're just trying to make it unfalsifiable and then pointing to us, say, you can't falsify it, ha 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 ha. It's like, yeah, you can contrive your God, and you can define his properties in such a way to make him unfalsifiable. He's not bound by reality. You can make him be whatever you want him to be, and say, there you go. Prove he doesn't exist.
It's also almost an if. They're always like, if this, then this, if this. Well, it's like you're trying to prove the if. So, like, you can't really start with if God, then this. It's like,
well, that's the flow chart. Once they get you to say yes a couple times, where you probably shouldn't, then they can really take you down river.
Yes. Well, basically, they say you have to say yes or no. I don't want to say yes or no. Yes. Well, now that you've said yes, you obviously have all this stuff. Please defend all this stuff that you believe in. And it's like, do I believe in that stuff that I now have to say yes for? And I'd like to come on to absolutely.
Yes, he was us.
Oh, wait, I didn't read the end of that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that. I just laughed to the first part.
No, he was one of the guys to convert.
No, I absolutely can. Justin. Like, so I'm understanding it more and more the more I listen to them, and I feel bad that Darth's name comes up so much in my mouth in the stream, but I feel it. I feel the same type of shtick. Like, it's this, I hate to say it. I really hate to say it. And I just mean it on theism, okay, theists, that I'm about to say this. But it really is like this pseudo-intellectualism. Like, to me, they view the atheists as very edgy and all this stuff. I view once again, I just mean about theism, just this one belief, not their whole life. But people like this, it's just like you can feel the, well, how do you know? Is your epistemology in order? If not, and I think you should have a strong epistemological toolbox. That being said, they make claims like if your epistemology was stronger, you would be insert my religion. When it's like, dude, I mean, that's what the other theists with the other God, with the other holy book said to us. So, cool story. Bring us some empirical data, and then they can.
Cool story, bro. Cool story,
bro. And okay, we're moving on through, and then we will break into the open mic, and you can tell us. I think there's almost too much to list, but I mean, this is playing the hits of.
The reason why they believe that this claim cannot be defended in light of the burden of proof that they now share for making this claim that there is no God is they think that a universal negative, which would be there is no God, cannot be defended. You cannot prove a universal negative. This is a claim that you'll commonly hear. Now, I want to investigate if that claim that we cannot prove that there is a universal negative is true. Is it true that you cannot prove a universal negative, and therefore atheism would be an unproven or unprovable, at least in principle, position? Well, of course, that is not true. You can prove universal negatives. For example, take the statement that there is no such thing as a married bachelor. That's a claim about a universal negative statement. It's a universal negation.
Okay, these are the reasons why I, generally speaking, can go into why there are deities that I think don't exist.
Right.
Like the often quoted omnipotent God, and all this stuff dealing with that with supposed good nature. There's whole sorts of different types of gods that would come in conflict and negate themselves out of existence.
But the general deistic notion of some type of God with vague nebulous properties and attributes, that's another animal altogether.
Okay. Now, this statement is obviously true because in the definition of a bachelor is an unmarried man. So by definition, a bachelor cannot be married. So there are no married bachelors. Okay. So just by definitional terms, I have proven a universal negative. Second thing, there are no square circles. There is no such thing as a square circle because what defines a square cannot be included in what defines a circle and vice versa. So there is no such thing as a square circle. I have just proved.
I often make the joke that precepts are just and I guess are just basically a philosophy. They're just going through philosophy 101 course until eventually.
Basically. Yeah. That's all they've had. What else do they have?
I mean, everything he just said was correct. Those past few sentences, or at least they can edit that out. Those past few sentences he said were correct. I want to see. I'm interested how he's going to tie this into theism, atheism.
In the past 2 minutes, two things that are universal negatives, which I have supplied evidence to show that there is no such thing as a married bachelor and there is no such thing as a square circle. So the reason why the atheists have now retracted their original definition of the term atheism is because they think
Wait, we retracted? I love that. Like, excuse me?
He thinks we redefined ourselves when it's really him who's squabbling about.
Amy Newman from the Organization of Atheists have come to confirm that after much deliberation and after finally agreeing, we are retracting our original term of the word atheist.
I mean,
thank you.
Wouldn't Randolph Richardson have to be the one to do that, being the godfather of atheism? I mean, I would take that up with him.
Look, I am the godfather of atheism. I'm normalizing atheism here and there. And okay.
I just don't want to teach creation in schools.
Yeah. Oh my God! It's like in that way, it's almost like an opposite Ken Hovind, isn't? And we could all use an opposite Ken Hovind every day in our life.
Strong atheism cannot be defended because now they cannot simply just attack the theistic position. They have to put forth evidence to support their claim that there is no God. Okay, and the reason why they think it can't be defended because they think that the claim that there is no God is a universal negation claim, and they think that those cannot be proven. Meanwhile, I have just given two examples that they can be proven. So it's just a cop-out in the way for them to get out of this issue. Now, have atheists in the past defended this old definition? Yes. And what sort of evidence have they attempted to give for the claim that there is no God? Well, in the same way that I showed that there's no such thing as a married bachelor, because that would be a contradiction in terms, atheists have typically tried to show that there is no God by showing that some of God's attributes amongst in connection with the reality that we experience would be contradictory in the same sense that there would not be any such thing as a married bachelor. Now, one of these such arguments and examples is what is known as the problem of evil or the problem of suffering. And typically, in its most simplest form, they claim that evil or suffering is logically inconsistent or incompatible with the existence of an all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving God. So they attempt to show at least they attempt to defend this form of atheism by showing that God being all-loving, all-knowing, and all-powerful is logically inconsistent with the experience that we have of evil and suffering in the world, in the same exact sense that a bachelor cannot be married, you see? So they have attempted to at least defend it that way. And this is the reason why I'm bringing this up, is to show what atheism in terms of the old way it was understood versus the new way.
Now, you see, that would be just too easy, right? Come on. They're trying to tease us on. They're trying to say, I think someone in the chat was saying, that's in part 5. You gotta watch all part.
Like Ken Hovind seminar. Like, get
Exactly.
my DVD, part 8, $49.99. Go to store.drdino.com. Spend all your money there. James did. We appreciate it.
Exactly. Dr. Dino.
And what this burden of proof issue really is. Okay? So now moving on to the fourth category, I'm going to be discussing the typical atheist epistemology, which, as I said, is the theory of knowledge, how we come to know things, and what knowledge actually is. Okay? Now, on the internet and dealing with these atheists in public sometimes,
Just a funny sentence.
You'll typically hear them champion science and say things such as, we should only believe what is scientifically
Science,
proven.
Amy.
How
These
dare
atheists.
us?
These
James.
fucking atheists.
Ah.
They only want to believe things that are evidently true. They don't want to just believe something because we like it.
You mean we can't just believe something because it feels good? Now,
I mean, wouldn't you rather, Amy? Wouldn't you rather get to live forever and be happy forever instead of dying? Doesn't dying suck, Amy? Doesn't that sound bad?
No, it's so sad.
Wouldn't you want to live forever and just be happy?
I would, with all my friends and loved ones and everyone and dogs and cats and.
So if you just give me, like, I don't know, 10% of your money until you die, I promise you, Amy, you won't really die. After you die,
like when you
go
say
to a
it
better
out
place.
loud, when you say it out loud, it sounds like, how could you not say it doesn't sound like a fairy tale?
Like
We're going to go to a place. We're going to go to a place, a super happy place where all we do is sing songs and happiness. We are just with all of our friends and loved ones and the puppies and the kitties. Like, just saying it out loud is like, oh, what? How does anyone? Well, I know how. I shouldn't trivialize that way, in a very pernicious way.
But only after you die. Once you die,
only after you die.
Yeah, once you die.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Only, yes. And that is why the elevation of fear of death is such a pernicious thing of religion.
It's their greatest tool. Oh, God. Well, he's a born-again Muslim, so this will be right up his alley.
Science is the only legitimate form of inquiry somewhere along those lines. And this points to their empiricism and their stance on knowledge.
I know, square root. I know. How dare you only believe things that are true?
And see if it has any merit. We should only believe what is scientifically proven or provable, at least in principle. Or we should only believe what can be empirically verified. That means verified by the five senses. Now, this statement, these two statements are self-contradictory. Why? Take the statement, we should only believe what is scientifically proven. Can that statement itself be scientifically proven? Well, no, of course not, because it is a philosophical or metaphysical claim. Okay. It is not a scientific claim that can be proven by science. So it is a statement of first philosophy, what they call first philosophy or first principles. And this axiom or first philosophical claim cannot itself be defended or proved by science. Therefore, its axiom that it uses to get science off the ground cannot be proven by science. So it is contradictory.
All right. So let me ask you this question,
Yeah.
Amy, real quick. What is your favorite color?
Teal.
Okay. Is there any way for us to test that scientifically? Can we verify that? Can we do an experiment on you to make sure that that's really your favorite color? Or is it just such a low-level claim that nobody would even care to test it, even if we could?
Right now, there's no way that I know of that we could ever. You just would have to say, I hope that you are telling me the truth.
It's a philosophical construct. There's no way to verify it. So that's not the same type of claim as making a scientific claim about the natural world. That's a philosophical claim. That's not anything you can test.
And I also agree. I think I saw Leo in chat. Not everything has to be empirical. In fact, the empirical question normally comes up. They're like, what do you want? And then I say empirical. And then they say, oh, all you want is empirical. I'm like, you asked me. I'm open to philosophical arguments or other types of methodologies we can use to arrive at knowledge. I just don't know any that currently that could get us there to a theistic worldview.
Yeah. So in the natural world, we should believe things that are verifiable by science, that are testable. You can't test things that are not testable, but we don't build, scientific models on top of those.
Yeah. And okay, we are going to add in a special guest host, our brother from another mother. We are Midnight Ranting on Is Atheism Observed?
Shark in the water.
How are you doing tonight?
Shark in the water. Hey, Oz.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm good. And this particular argument strikes a special chord in my heart, just because of recent events. And when I hear Jake talk, Jake is I want to be clear, he's a good guy, but the arguments are still bullshit.
That's my feelings. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never interacted
I don't know
with
him that well.
Seems
but
like a nice enough guy, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's what you'll find, it's straw man after straw man, and then it'll be dodge after dodge, and then there's really no there is no evidence. And I will refer people to go watch. So Justin, or now Khalil Allah, had an amazing conversation with Shane the Skeptic on his channel last night, and go back and watch that. And Shane did
100%.
He did an impeccable job of breaking all of this down. And if you haven't seen it, go check it out. And while we watch here, I'll go.
Yeah. And what does Justin say about it?
And I would say one of the reasons Shane did so well is he kind of, that's one of his big buckets is philosophy. And so I think he stepped in there and he's like, oh no, yeah, we're ready to have this conversation.
Yep. Yeah. And the thing about Shane is he's not combative. He's very patient. He's very well thought out, a great listener. You get some people in that position. They're not necessarily listening. They're just waiting to, what do I say next? What do I say next? And he's a great listener, and he did a great job. And Justin performed well too, as far as just listening and going back and forth. But I thought that was the best discussion so far with Khalil since he made his conversion to Islam that really made him think. I know him well enough now. There were several times that it really made him think and ponder. So I will get that link and put it in there because it was a great conversation.
Yes,
All
it
right.
was.
Look
And
forward
okay,
to
go
it.
check out that. And yeah, I'm subbed now because I want to check out their content. In fact, Khalil, I heart you. Don't mind me hanging out and chat. But it's been good content, and I'm actually excited, Oz, because I think, like I said, of the three of us, I'm just dipping my toes in. So I feel like you got your Quran.
Yeah, he's got his Quran on.
Woohoo! And hey, they're pretty, just like some of the Bibles, just like the Skeptic Bible. It's a pretty book. Not bashing the book. It's just the ideas in the book.
Yeah, I could dig into the first part of it, but that's not for tonight. But but as far as what you're hearing from Jake, this is the typical. It's a if we could compare it to a boxing match, it's the straw man being the jab. It's just straw man, and then the next misrepresentation of atheism that comes along is like the cross or the uppercut.
This sounds like a sales pitch. Like, this whole video has been like, I know you think you're a real atheist, but let me tell you, do I have real atheism for you? It's like,
Yeah, exactly.
And he's a Spurs fan on top of it all.
And he's what?
A Spurs fan on top of it all.
Sports, go local team.
Yeah.
That we should only believe what is scientifically proven, but that very statement itself does not meet your own criteria. So it's like shooting yourself in the foot, in a sense. Second thing why this claim is not true and should not be held is because science uses things like mathematical principles and logic, rules of logic and reason, in which these two things are not science itself, but science uses them and brings them to the table in order to do science. You couldn't do things like physics without mathematics or logic. Okay, because in doing their scientific inquiries and experiments, they need to be applying the rules of logic, such as the law of non-contradiction. They cannot contradict themselves in their own studies.
What he's saying is he's like pointing out that there's foundations, there's assumptions that we build into what we believe, that we just have to assume to be able to do things, and he's pointing that out, and that is true, but that doesn't mean that they're unreasonable. They're perfectly reasonable assumptions. And if they were later to be proven wrong, then we would have to go back and question everything that was built on top of them. But that hasn't happened yet.
It also sounds like he's about to do the whole, where did the laws of logic come from? How can we even, if you're going to use logic, where does logic come from?
Yeah, they're abstract concepts.
People would laugh them off the stage, so to speak. So these logical and mathematical principles are separate and distinct from science, and science uses them in order to do science. Therefore, science itself cannot account for them, and by using them, it legitimizes them.
They're not trying to. Science is not trying to account for the laws of logic. That is not science's job.
Yeah, science is not trying to prove. Science is not trying to prove science. This is an attempt to try to turn something that's not circular to appear circular. That way, he can justify his circular argument. Within the Kalam or whatever else he's going to throw. Against the wall, hoping that the shit sticks. But we don't use science to prove science, Jake.
Yeah, and it feels like he's building to something, doesn't it? It feels like it's trying to do like the A, the B, the C, so we can get to the D.
Yeah. Oh, he is. Like I think from talking to Justin or Khalil enough now. I think I know where he's going here, but I don't want to misstep. But I want to say, like, right now he looks stoned as shit.
Woohoo.
In doing so, contradicts itself that science is the only legitimate form of inquiry or knowledge. So
not what we're saying.
The distinction between what Kant called a priori knowledge, things like logic and mathematics, versus a posteriori knowledge or inquiry, which has to do with the experience. So one is prior to experience, one is post-experience. Things like logic and mathematics are prior to experience, not post-experience. And this is why the empiricist claim that atheists usually champion about science is completely invalid and false. Now, let's deal with the claim that atheists typically make, that there is no evidence that God exists. That's why they're not theists. Now, I'm going to go over what...
That's not really a claim. He's really interpreting that as a claim, but really people are just telling you, I don't have evidence. Please give me some. And so if you're saying it's a claim, you're thus saying, prove to me that you don't believe that there is no God. That's really how that ends up coming.
So if I call you and say, yeah, Amy's Pizza, I'd like to order a pepperoni pizza, am I making a claim? No. I'm not making a claim. I'm asking a question.
No, it's the same. This argument is the same that you get with presuppositionalist Christians, where it's just deposit, assert, and just hope that you get somebody caught up that doesn't understand the process and trip them up. That's all we're doing right now.
Well, I feel like if you're not in the debate community or the philosophical or academic community, a lot of the technical language either goes over people's heads or is very intimidating. But once you understand what they're saying, I mean, it's silly for the most part.
Shout out to John Maddox.
Yeah, and that's why several weeks ago I was doing some research. Actually, I was researching the Socratic method, and while I was doing that, a couple of articles popped up on Google, and one of them that I read was talking about, what purpose does in and of itself, just left by itself, what purpose does philosophy play? And I put that question on my Facebook page. I was like, for all you people that are love philosophy and that's your thing, has philosophy ever in and of itself, without being connected to anything else, ever answered any questions or solved any problems just by itself? And T-Jump was the first person that jumped on. He was like, no, hell no. It's absolutely useless. All by itself, it's absolutely useless. And then almost everybody else that answered on there said the same thing. It just left alone. Like, if we only had philosophy to depend on, it does not answer questions. It does not solve problems. It has to have, like he said, science or mathematics combined with it to solve the problems or answer the questions.
Well, it's funny you say that, because normally my go-to answer, because I want to connect, is, I respect philosophy because I feel it is the beginning ground of science. But that basically is exactly what you just said. I think you needed to hypothesize. You got to philosophize, but then eventually, the best part about science is the fuck around and find out part, where you actually have to go and experiment. And so, yeah.
You need one of the hard sciences to bring it into the real world out of the abstract.
Yeah. You have to be able to get down and do the dirty work. And if philosophy is the what ifs, it's the what ifs, and maybes and how could and maybe we could and those things. But at the end of the day, we have to be able to drive it down to reality, which would be, science, mathematics, observation, all of that. We have to have that.
And it seems like just two very different things. It seems like a God would be an empirical claim. I'm not saying he is or she or whatever, but it's just very weird that they were doing very empirical stuff in the holy books. Like, if it was rating frogs, I wouldn't be like, what does the word frog mean? I'd be like, it's rating frogs. Like, that doesn't happen. We don't get that sort of evidence.
Locusts and
Locusts
fiery
and
hail. Any other fun things God wants to rain down?
yeah, sore sacrifices or all that fun stuff.
Jeez.
Though I know that's all not this. They sterilize everything. He, just like the precepts, are so far away from their actual religion that they're in Australia. Like, they want to talk about this nebulous deistic thing because that's the easier thing to defend.
They're with Mark
Why
Reed
talk about
down in
miracles
Australia.
and all that? Yeah.
Mark Reed
Hi,
and the
Mark.
Aussie. The flat Earth Aussie.
And okay, we're moving along.
As the Kalam cosmological argument, which in recent years has been championed by a Christian theologian and philosopher, William Lane Craig. But its origins trace far back, and in fact, Kalam is the Arabic word for...
It took us 20 minutes, but we got there. Like the
Exactly.
fireworks.
And that's kind of what I was trying to allude to in the comment section earlier. It was like it's all a buildup. It's all a buildup, and then guess what? Even when you think you're going to climax, you still didn't get to a God. You still
You're
didn't
like,
get to a God. You just
no
got
God.
you just got to this like possibly a general sense of theism. Like we still didn't get it. We still now we're just left still wanting.
You didn't even get halfway
left us in
to
the sheets.
Otangelo. Yeah, you didn't get halfway to Otangelo.
Oh, don't
We're
get me
gonna go. Yeah, let's just go.
Word.
Jazz
You
hands.
see, in which Imam Ghazali championed this argument way back hundreds of years ago, and Craig recognizes this. This is why he gives credit to the Muslim theologians that champion this by calling it the Kalam cosmological argument.
But isn't that like the kicker? I mean, if it could be used for any religion, then why are we using it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. Why is it
all they have?
Why is it so special to you? If it can truly lead us to a Christian God or a Islamic God or whatever God, why would both of you use it? Why do both camps use it? It makes no sense. So what that tells me is none of you actually know how to get to your God. You're just guessing, and this is a dartboard. We just have a giant dartboard, and we're just going to throw this shit at the dartboard, hoping the shit sticks.
Yep.
Yeah.
And took us 2/3 of his thing to get. Oh, there we go. Come on. There we go. Oh, was it as good for you as it was for me, baby?
Yeah, and Leo just said that the Kalam cosmological argument is not designed to demonstrate the existence of any particular God. I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's to get you to general theism, right? And
I
then,
would say, doesn't it only get you to a cause? Like, it doesn't even get you to a being or agency. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Once they get you there, then they'll work on that, and they'll try to get you to accept that it has to be an agent, a being of some kind. But it's a process.
yeah,
You gotta really massage it.
the Muslims, at least the ones that I've spoken to, I won't generalize, but the ones I've spoken to, it is a the necessary being, or the necessary being. They get you to the necessary being, which is a God, and then they start to take you down the rabbit trail of then eliminating all of the other religions. And I think with the one situation we're talking about, particular, they got him down to Judaism and Islam, is where they kind of pinned it down to. So it's all a sales pitch.
And do you know why that's such a funny tipping point? Because once you get someone to tip past theism, you're now arguing Star Wars versus Star Trek. Now we're just arguing whose canon do you think makes more sense in all this stuff?
Yeah, it's opinion at that point.
Yeah.
And it goes something like this. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. Premise 2, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, therefore the universe has a cause. Now, this is just an introduction to the topic of atheism and this argument itself. I am not attempting to give a full-orbed explanation of the argument, all the evidence for each premise and what the conclusion actually entails, along with dealing with any possible objection that may go against this. I will deal with that in another separate video in which I'll have more time to go over it thoroughly. However, let's take the principle or the premise, whatever begins to exist has a cause. Is this true? Yes, it has constantly verified and has never.
Do you want to go through Kalam? Everything that begins to exist. This is all this. Once again, this is smuggling in. Once everything is temporal, things have causes. The problem is you are saying that before there was time and space, there must have been a cause. That's where this whole shtick.
Well, and here's where they try to trip you up. And I'm actually I'm grateful for the situation because I've learned a ton over the last month or two. But here's where they try to trip people up. So the first premise being, everything that exists would, need a cause, require a cause. So if let's say we agree to that, right? We say yes. And then the second, what's the second premise? I don't want to misstep.
Been falsified. Now,
did he? I forget. Did we? I think he's about to say.
Go back a little bit.
Give an example.
I didn't know if he said the 3 steps or did he just say the first one and now he's explaining it.
He gave us steps.
Yeah, he goes back.
Normally I have it memorized, but I'm
dealing with any possible objection that may go against this. I will deal with that in another separate video in which I'll have more time to go over it thoroughly. However, let's take the principle or the premise, whatever begins to exist has a cause.
So that was very begins to exist as
this
cause.
True? Yes. It has constantly verified and has never been falsified. Now, atheists typically try to give an example from quantum physics.
Yeah, I think he is explaining the first now.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm just going to Google it real quick. That way we're
that sounds good. I'll go like this again.
The next part is that the universe began to exist, therefore it has a cause. Yeah, that's part 2.
And Peter says, I prefer a climax without a God present. Damn voyeur. I bring this point up and I frame it this way because it is specifically for that cause. Is God, they're telling us a being is watching us 24/7, 365. And a lot of the fundies are the same people that will hold up a copy in 1984 and will say, I want no one spying on me. And it's like, but the guy that's everywhere at all times, forever?
Yeah, absolutely. And what's up, Neil 604 Atheist in the house? I see you.
Hey.
So on the first 3 or the 3 I just went parts of the argument because I'm going brain dead here. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. Here's where for me and again is the trying to study and learn as much as I can last month or two with everything that's been happening is they try to really get people stuck on whatever begins to exist has a cause, and they drive that home, right? But here's the thing: even if I were to accept that, there would be a caveat. that, okay, if I agree that whatever begins to exist has a cause, if anything after this point includes a God, that means that that God had a cause. So what is the causation of the God? Because if that's going to be your follow-up, and the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause, then that God, the creator, it is mandatory. It is required that that God has a cause. So what is the causation of your God?
That's why it's a special pleading. It's yeah.
Can I not agree with you more, Oz? Because holy moly,
Yeah.
every time that I go on their channel now, they're basically like, "Oh, do you want to talk about the Kalam?" I'm like, "No, not really, because the Kalam means God has a cause." They're like, "No, it doesn't." I'm like, "No, it means Kalam. It means that God has a cause." So we can just chuck that out and talk about beings and agency and all the stuff that's on my territory.
They're just kicking the can a little further down the road. It's really
Yeah, and that's where they trip people. Is most people don't say, okay, I can agree to this, but I will only agree to this if we have a caveat, where any of the other points that you're going to bring up, if we reference at any point a God, then we have to go back to the first premise. We have to go back to the first premise, because then your God requires a causation. There has to be a causation there.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the that's the deal breaker, because according to you, if they're having that argument, it is an eternal, an infinite God, with an infinite mind. So we're not even talking the same language anime.
And then they try and smuggle all those words in, like we were saying with agency and minds, which are, generally speaking, animals. Doesn't have to be that way, but don't know why this God, it's just beings don't make natural laws. Like when you think of physics, you don't think of the God that gave us physics. I know that they say the God made all, but generally speaking, beings don't bestow natural laws. This would be a really weird phenomena.
Yeah,
they don't make universes. Yeah.
So Leo said the Kalam does not get you to God has a cause.
And
then Randolph said that they claim that their deity never began to exist. And although I understand what you're saying, but Leo, I have to disagree with that, because if we go back to the first premise, whatever begins to exist has a cause. That means if the God is functioning and maneuvering and doing the things he does, at some point something had to cause that God to exist. So everything in the galaxy or whatever had causation. So it falls apart. It falls apart there.
And I would also say that I've heard that before, that kind of apologetic before, but they also, I then say, okay, can the universe be something that doesn't begin to exist? And they say, no, Big Bang. I'm like, no, actually all the stuff at the beginning of the Big Bang was actually there. We just know from the expansion rate outwards, but it could be the universe is eternal. And so to me, any way you slice the argument, a God gets special pleading. Like it's like they're trying to fit their God in there, but
yeah. And I love Leo followed up with God did not begin to exist. So then, if that is the case, then God is already defying the very laws of the premise 1, 2, and 3. Like he's already defying it. He's operating outside of the laws of the Kalam argument. So again, it's void. It's bullshit.
And you'll have your chance to respond. I see you said stream opens up. Yep, we're just going to move through the video, and then we'll open it up to open mic.
In which they claim that quantum physics gives an example of the contrary, that some things can come into existence without a cause. However, this is a fallacious claim. Why? Because the quantum vacuum is not nothing. The first principle is saying that out of nothing, nothing comes. That means something with a beginning doesn't come from nothing. Okay? But the quantum vacuum is not nothing. It is a physical system. It is a sea of fluctuating energy that has a physical status and is governed by physical laws. Now, what does the Quran say about this principle and the universe coming into existence? Well, let's take a look at Quran chapter 52, verse 35 and 36. It says, "Or were they created without a creative agencies? Or are they the creators? Or did they create the heavens and the earth?"
And Leo, would you be open to a multiverse then? That's all I'm asking, because if something has to be not come into existence, I think there could be a natural mechanism by which something has always existed. That's all I'm saying. I still think any way the theist cuts it, I think they have to get there through special pleading. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that when they try and sneak their deity in as actually existing, that's when they're wrong.
Earth. Nay, they are sure of nothing. So Allah is pointing to this principle. Where did you come from? Were you created from nothing without a creative agency? That's one option. Or are they the creators? Did you create yourself? Did you create yourself? Okay.
No.
Were you created from nothing? Or
No.
did they create the heavens and the earth? Are they gods in that sense that they are the creators of everything? And Allah says, nay, they are sure of nothing. Why? Because He is the creator of the heavens and earth. He is the creator of all things. Now, going on to the second premise, the universe began to exist. Well, the universe is eternal. Why? Because, and as mathematicians have actually studied and shown with examples like Hilbert's Hotel, that when you postulate an actually infinite number of things, in which if the universe was eternal, an actually infinite number of events would have had to occur by now at this point, well, the actual infinite is just a figment of the imagination. It doesn't actually exist in reality. Actually, infinity and infinite number of things cannot possibly exist. Now, Imam Ghazali gave an example of this in his works, in which he asked you to imagine, okay, two planetary objects. Let's take the Earth and Mars orbiting.
Imagine.
And they're both orbiting the sun from eternity. But the sun is orbiting the Earth, okay, once every year. And say, for example, Mars is orbiting the sun once every 6 months. So it would orbit the sun twice in 1 year, where the Earth would only orbit it once in a year. Now, if the universe were actually infinite, then how many times would Mars have orbited the sun? Well, you'd have to say an infinite number of times.
Sticky wants in, Amy?
No,
What's that?
No, I'm just gonna say, like all of this ad nauseum. We have to do all this. If we have to do all this to get to a God, like I'm ADHD, and luckily, like I'm interested in this shit, right? But I don't know how many people are interested in listening to this shit for hours like we do. But this is like we have to do all of these gymnastics, and we have to play all these games and go through all the hula hoops and the word salad and the mashups. We have to do all this to get to God. Like we have to.
Seems like a lot of work.
Like that's a lot for whether you're a Muslim or a Christian. Like this is a lot to require of people to try to understand that God may be real.
No, it's like the young earther creationist, because you literally have to go through every single field of science and give an alternate explanation and rework everything, come up with new theories and new ways that everything works. You really have to do a lot of work to try to disprove reality.
You would have to learn in Arabic, apparently. You have to know. I always find it weird that God has a specific language. If that is not as human as possible, it's like he likes Arabic. Why? It's the original text. You'll be fine. It's like, okay.
You'll catch on.
What
You'll
was the
catch
language before the Tower
Just
of
like
Babel?
English. Makes
was the
no
original?
sense why God. I mean, I guess it was written technically in Aramaic, but just any specific language, it would be. You would think a God would have some sort of language that almost morphed or changed, and yet it still remained perfect. Yet that is not what happens.
It'd be like Star Trek. He can talk and everybody can hear what he's saying and understand it.
Exactly.
Jesus
And
Trek.
okay, I think we're coming to the end.
How many times did the Earth orbit the sun? Well, you'd also have to say an infinite number of times. The problem with this is, intuitively, you would think that Mars has orbited the sun double the amount of times that the Earth has. But that is obviously not the case, because we are told that the universe is eternal, so both would be infinite. You can't have one infinite number of things be larger than another. This is the problem of the absurdity of infinites, different categories of infinites being larger than the other. So this is attempted to show that infinity cannot actually exist, you see? And just,
Why not?
I know it may be a little bit confusing, but you can.
Wait, I'm pretty sure mathematicians not only use infinity, they use multiple infinities. So I'm not
Right.
sure. I mean,
Because how many prime numbers are there? Well, there's an infinite number of prime numbers. How many numbers are there total? It's also an infinite number, but there are more of all numbers. That's a bigger infinity than just the prime numbers. It's
Isn't this God supposed to be an infinite God?
you would think so,
Yeah.
wouldn't you?
a little infinite or a big infinite?
That's what she said.
Heyo. And
Yeah.
Randolph Richardson says, what is the intrinsic limiter that prevents one infinite from being bigger than another infinite? I don't know. He's the biggest, most ultimate being.
You have to ask the metaphysical Muslim.
I don't get why be a being. Like, we have lives. Beings have day-to-day life. I can't stress the animal thing so much. Like, I don't. Why was God waiting? Was God waiting around for all of eternity, and then just like at a certain point, he's like, I got bored, and then he did all that stuff? It just seems so.
But he would have always known that he
Random.
would do it. It would be like on a schedule for him because he would know. So he's really just a slave to himself at that point.
Hot. And moving forward.
YouTube, type in the search Hilbert's Hotel, in which is another example to show the absurdity
Gilbert's Hotel?
of the infinite.
Is that one of our videos?
Yeah.
Now, all scientific evidence also points to this principle that the universe began to exist. For example, the Big Bang, the expanding universe, the cosmic.
First of all, the Big Bang, well, I guess they're not the same thing, but you were referencing basically the same event. And that is not... It's the beginning, as far as we can tell, of our local universe of space and time. But that does not mean that
There was
someone...
nothing before.
Yes.
Yes, it's as far as we can go back with the current knowledge and education and data and statistics and all that we have. That doesn't mean that was it.
Exactly.
I hate that argument from theists who's like, well, you believe in the Big Bang and you believe in evolution. That has nothing to do with your God claim. It's zero, nada, nothing. So quit trying to straw man and quit trying to shift everything to where now all of a sudden I have a burden of proof. No, we're still talking about, does your God exist? And your philosophy doesn't prove it.
You looking for your mic, Amy? The mic drop? Yeah, there she goes.
Woohoo!
It hit the ground. That's proof.
It really doesn't.
That's proof prayer works, because I prayed that the mic would hit the ground when you let go of it.
There we go. But it's
microwave background that we see. The second law of thermodynamics. The PGV.
all right, everyone. If you had your shot glass, ready,
Do it.
Oh, here, I'll take a drink. Cheers.
Salam.
woohoo!
Assalamu alaikum.
What you got there, Ozzy? Whiskey tonight?
Tonight is my beautiful wife bought me a special blend of vodka. I got vodka and tonic.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm having a gin and tonic.
My, I'm jelly.
No gin and juice.
Yeah. Beefeater and tonic.
Bag. With my mind on my money and my money on my mind.
Now I have that song stuck in my head.
All matter, space-time, and energy came into existence almost 14
Kinky.
billion years ago when the universe began to exist. Now, the Quran confirms this.
Also, like the Catholics, we'll give them their due. They're old Earth. So there you go, Jay. Look, we can agree. The Earth is old. You believe in the Big Bang. He has to, unless he's just using this to say, hey, atheists, believe in this.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
It's a good question.
Who are we referring to when we say Jay?
Or Jake.
Jake, the guy, the metaphysical.
He wants to add a snake on there. Is that what you're asking?
It's Jake the Snake.
There we.
Jake the Snake. The snake from
I can feel a bit when I go.
Snake from Genesis. The talking snake with legs. Yeah.
Did they?
It looks like it.
Have you read that? They reinterpret. They like retcon the stories. Like they do the stories over. It's like the same story but like different.
Part 2.
Is
take
that
2.
Like they do a different Adam and Eve in the Quran, or is it?
Yeah, it's a little different. Without going on for 20 or 30 minutes here, the one thing I will say that's very different from the Bible to the Quran is so the Bible waits till like Revelation to like start sending people to hell, right? And they're like, oh, you're gonna go burn.
Oh yeah, you said.
Yeah, so they kind of wait till the end. There's 4 or 5 times just in the first like book or chapter or whatever in the Quran. I'm still learning how they like cut all this shit up. But just in the first book or chapter, there's like 4 or 5 times that they're already like, you're going to hell. And I'm like, damn, Allah didn't give Allah gave no fucks.
No
fucks.
No
like,
fuck us.
You guys are absolutely going to hell.
He's walking in there
That's
like
interesting.
Dirty Harry. Get off my go to hell.
So their hell is right up there. They're like, hey, no, pay attention. We're starting with this shit. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I've been reading it, and it's there. It's real.
No, that's Christianity and Islam. They thank you for concepts of hell.
It says it. That must be evidence.
And I think the Sumerian, yeah.
In chapter 6, verse 1, it says, praise be to Allah, who created the heavens and the earth.
Whoa.
Praise be to Amy.
Whoa. It just transitioned. We didn't skip. I feel like I got to go back 6 sentences. How did we get to God real quick? Try this again.
The Quran confirms this.
The Quran confirms what? Okay, I'm sorry. I got to go back a few more seconds.
Almost 14 billion years ago when the universe began.
The Big Bang, the Quran confirms the Big Bang. That's what we're talking about.
Now,
it was there all along, Amy. Like the scientists just catching up to the Quran.
This, in chapter 6, verse 1, it says, praise be to Allah, who created the heavens and the earth and made darkness and light, yet those who disbelieve set up equals to their Lord. So Allah is saying that the universe is not eternal.
Whoa. That just sounded like a few verses in a fable. That's not a right word. They're setting up story exposition. That didn't sound like science. Sounded like story structure.
In the
He
beginning,
created it. He created
God
it.
came.
Now
Oh, he had his own transition there.
that brings us to the great conclusion that therefore the universe has a cause. Now, some people are wondering.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. On minute 30, he used it. Therefore, the universe has a cause. We've come. If you don't believe
What
it,
is that cause, Amy? What is that cause?
I like to think it's McDonald's.
The chicken McNuggets? Is that the cause, or the Big Mac?
Yes, the eternal chicken McNuggets.
The eternal McNugget. Yeah. All right. Great.
It all makes sense.
All right. Rip out all those physics books. Rip all those pages out about the Big Bang. Mail them to Dr. Hovind because he doesn't like them either. And
Forward every day.
just
And okay,
instead, put the McNugget wrapper, the box.
Oh my! I will say there probably are some McNuggets that are as old as the beginning of the universe. Though I love my McNuggets. So, and okay, there's only 30 more seconds left on the video, and then we will kick it off. I know, went by, having fun. I'm not sure he's sold too many of us,
but we don't have to do the whole.
Oh,
thing.
is it? Oh, you're right. No, you're so right. I have to. This is my monitor.
Why don't you?
It says 35.
Increase
There's a
the
few more
speed.
minutes.
You can put it like 1.5 speed. Finish it up quicker.
I don't even. What's that? Was it?
Playback up.
Oh, did I do it? Yep.
You did it.
What's your point, Jake? Well, the point is that this cause must be immaterial, spaceless, timeless, changeless, immensely powerful, incredibly intelligent,
Wow.
so personal.
Wow.
Whoa.
He just went from a basic, vague assumption and he smuggled all that in. Wow.
Yeah.
The machine gun.
Yeah. Personal, intelligent. Once again, they smuggle all these words in.
Timeless,
I know.
nameless, tasteless, odorless.
You won't even know. Goes down just like fiber. This claim. I know the claim stacking is real. I think he just gish galloped himself.
He's so real, it's not part of reality.
People are asking, Jake, how do you get that from the cause? There being cause of the universe. This is because the cause brought all of these things into being. Namely, time, space, matter, and energy all began to exist about 13.7 billion years ago. Now, if this is true, then the cause of those things must not have those things in his.
That is assuming there is a cause, but continue.
He must not possess and be in time or in space or of matter, material substance. Because if he did, then we couldn't make the claim that time, matter, space, and energy, all of those things came into being. Because if the creator of those things also possessed them, but then he wouldn't be the creator of them. You see? So this creator, this cause of the universe must have the attributes that I just described. Now, I don't, as I said, have time to go over all the possible objections to this argument and defend them. I went over a couple of them throughout the presentation, but inshallah, I will go more in depth into this argument and defending it against possible objections. Now, what does the Quran say about atheists? Do they have a right standing with God? Some people,
I don't know the Quran very well, but I get the feeling that they do not have nice things to say about atheists.
That's kind of like a Hovind cop out at the end there. He's like, I gotta go. Don't worry, guys. Next time I'll provide the evidence. Next time you'll get all the evidence. Gotta go. Bye.
I always get nervous when a religious fundamentalist's next sentence is liberals. So
no, and I was going through the Quran to find some of the verses that I was talking about, but like in part 1 or chapter 1 or part 1 verse 11, in their hearts was a disease
cholesterol.
No, if you don't believe in Allah, you have a
Diseased heart.
You have a disease.
A nice guy, clearly. Takes after Yahweh.
Yeah. Let's promote the hell out of that shit.
We have a
Atheists
diseased
aren't
heart.
really doing anything wrong. If they're good people, they can go to heaven and all these kind of things. Let's investigate this claim. What does the Quran say about the typical atheist? Okay, now that's in chapter 45,
I don't care.
verse 23 to 27. It says, "Seest thou," this is Allah saying something that you see now, "seest thou him who takes his desire for his God, his own God besides Allah? And Allah leaves him in error knowingly and seals his hearing and his heart and puts a covering on his sight.
Oh,
Who can then
he hardened
guide
his
him
heart.
after Allah? Will you not then mind?" And they say, speaking of those people now who Allah just mentioned, take for their own desire, their own judgment as a God besides Allah. Why? Because they make this statement that follows. And they say, "There is naught but our life of the world. We die and we live, and nothing destroys us but time." And Allah says what? "And they have no knowledge of that. They only
And
conjecture."
Allah says, what?
So who makes that claim that we live and we die and nothing destroys us but time and there's no afterlife, so to speak? The atheist makes that claim, and Allah says about that person, he has no knowledge of this.
We do not make that claim. We are skeptical of the positive claim that the heaven and hell does exist.
I mean, he's telling us what Allah says, but he still hasn't shown us that Allah is even real. Wouldn't that be good to get that over with before you tell me what he wants?
Yeah, and here's another one. Quickly, what sexy verses from the Quran. Their case is like the case of a person who kindled a fire, and when it's lighted up all around him, Allah took away their light.
Light it up.
And notice Allah took away. Allah took away their light and left them in the thick darkness they see not. But here's how it ends. And this will be quick. They are now deaf, dumb, and blind, so they will not return. Thanks, Allah. You're cool.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks,
He sounds
Spirit
like a
Daddy.
nice guy.
Yeah, once again, reminds me of, well, I don't know too much about the New Testament God, but Yahweh, war God, Allah, I think they claim it's the same guy. I'm starting to see why.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Debate me, bro.
He only follows conjecture, and by doing so, he takes his own desire for a God besides Allah. Now, what is that? That is shirk. So in doing so, they become of the mushrikeen. Okay, they're mushriks. Now, Allah then says in verse 25, "And when our clear messages are recited to them, their only argument is that they say, 'Bring back our fathers if you are truthful.' Say, 'Allah gives you life, then makes you die. Then he will gather you to the day of resurrection, wherein is no doubt. You must be yaqeen of that, certain. But most people know not. You see? And Allah's is the kingdom of the heavens and the earth. And on the day when the hour comes to pass, on that day will the followers of falsehood perish." So atheists are the followers of falsehood. They only
of falsehood, Amy.
from Allah. And in doing so, they become mushrikeen. They commit shirk. So, lastly, I want to leave you with this verse of the uniqueness of Allah and why the attributes mentioned about the cause apply to Allah, which simply means the God. So the cause of the universe is rightly understood with these attributes to be God himself. Allah says in
he said so.
Surah 112, verses 1 to 4, Ali class. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Qul Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad, wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad. Okay, so I'm leaving you with this quote to show that Allah created the heavens and the earth and everything that exists, and it is our duty to submit to him and to him alone. Salam alaikum. See you next week, inshallah.
Because he said so, I guess. He created everything.
It's just funny how he thinks that. I mean, I guess in his opinion, he has to put that in at the end, but it just seems like so much work to, at the very, very end, be like, therefore, atheists are very absurd. It's like, wow, you had to wait 95% of the video to get to even the title.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you.
And okay, Oz, before we open it up to the open mic, do you have any thoughts about what we just read? Our final thought.
The Kalam is nonsense. The Kalam is nonsense. God claims are nonsense until we have some type of evidence to at least get close to supporting or giving some evidence. It's all nonsense. But this is what I'd warn people as watching a process is be very, very careful of what you're hearing, what you're listening to, and remember that just because everybody that you're talking to says they're for you and they want the best for you doesn't mean they don't have their own hidden agendas. And make sure you're watching out for that, and don't find yourself in a position where you don't have multiple people from multiple different vantage points to hold you accountable and ask you questions and challenge what it is that you're thinking, you're saying, you're believing in. I think that's the healthiest thing to do. But yeah, I think that's all I'll say on that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much.
Said.
And ramen. Yeah, I'm really getting, I shouldn't say getting tired of the Kalam, because we're going to get it for the next forever, for as long as there's theists. But it's such a silly argument because it can never get you to a God. So I don't know why I would say I don't know why they use it, but I know why they use it, to obfuscate.
Yeah.
That's all they have, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there's still no good evidence for God, and if you have to use philosophical arguments to try to get to your God without having good, reliable, demonstrable evidence, I still say that your God claim is very ineffective and very weak, very, very weak. As smart as you sound, and it sounds very intellectual. And really smooth to be able to say all those big words and do all those verbal acrobatics. It still does not demonstrate that a God exists. It doesn't do it.
It doesn't do it for me.
Yep.
Yeah. Complexity does not equal reality.
Yeah, no matter how much they wish it was, no matter how much William Lane Craig or Aquinas or any fancy name, or Kalam himself. And okay,
There we go.
we are going to be switching into our open mic format. We are Midnight Ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I'm glad you came on, Oz, because I feel like you're one of the reasons why I really am learning about just the thought adventure and all this.
Yep. And
He's been dealing with it, yep.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say it like that. Now I feel bad that I said it like that, but I'm learning because of it. Is I guess how I should frame that.
No, I don't think it matters how you say it. I don't think anybody's going to be offended, but it is important for all of us to get better and learn, because that is especially in America, it's easy for us to lean on our Christian understanding because that's where most of us come from, right? And I had read not the entire, but I would say a little more than half of the Quran several years ago when I was still a Christian, just trying to read and study and be better. And now I'm going back through it and being reminded of some of the shit that I read, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot about this. But it is important because that is something that is the fastest growing religion in the world right now. So we need to be better equipped, better informed, better educated, on the belief, on the faith, and their arguments, and the fact that they use the Kalam as their bait to bring people to a general theism, then try to drill them down to, okay, Allah is the end God at the end of it. We need to know how to dissect that. We need to know how to go after that.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Yep. Yeah.
In fact, I would say I have learned so much in things like my Bible, the Bible study, and I feel it's made me a stronger and a better atheist. And so I imagine the same with the Quran.
There's so many things you hear now that you understand because you've looked at it, that before just went right over your head. You didn't really understand the context.
Yeah, well, and that's why when I, it's funny to even say this, when I grabbed my Quran, that I knew right where to go to try to find those scriptures. That's because I really have been trying to understand it, and when it comes to reading, I am a slow learner. It takes me reading something several times for it to stick and for me to retain, and I have zero issues with that. But now, like in those arguments, I want that ability where somebody says something like, "Oh no, the Bible says this," or "Oh no, the Quran says this." Like I want to be able to have that. I think that's something valuable that all of us as atheists, if we're really going to attack the argument, not the arguments. If we're going to attack the belief in the faith, we need to have at least a basic ability to do that.
And I want to, I'm not going to be able to say this, but reiterate that, especially in America, or any country, it doesn't matter where, the Muslims are still my theist brothers and sisters, and they get a lot of hate. A lot of people out there just trying to live their best lives, and so we have to separate, just like how I do with my ex-Judaism. I have to separate out. I love the people; they're good people, just living their lives, and we are just trying to. We're trying to have a discussion and a conversation about why we disagree. And we think that our ideas, in the end, I don't even say our ideas. I would say we think we hold a more rational position in not holding a belief in a God. And that's really all we're saying.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say is whether it's Jake the Snake or Justin Khalil, my buddy, and the rest of the guys in that crew, like I literally have nothing but love for them. Like I have no animosity, no hate or anything. I'm just completely opposed to their argument and their belief in the God they believe in. But as humans, I have zero issues. I have zero issues with them as human beings. But it's what they believe in that I take issue with, and
it's their specific type of argument, that type of stuff, which to me is very pre-suppy. I swear, it just triggers an emotional, like it feels like they're trying to avoid the question. But before we could talk all night, but we are going to add in Leo, and we're switching into. Woohoo! So Leo Phileas, we have been midnight ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I hope you're feeling good. And what are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Oh Lord!
Welcome to hell.
There's so much to cover. I agree with about 90% of what everybody on both sides have said tonight. And then the remaining 10%, I do disagree with. I'm going to focus primarily on the video that you showed. So the thing is, everything up until the point where he started talking about the Kalam cosmological argument was pretty much on point. The way that he construed the normative usage of the word atheism was well within the scholarly consensus on the subject. That when we speak about this within the framework of philosophy, we have to use a particular definition, much the same way that when we use the word theory within the scientific framework, it has a different definition than a colloquial one. So if you're speaking within particularly that scientific framework, then there's a particular connotation of the word that you need to use. The part where I disagreed with him when he was discussing atheism was his drastic generalization of atheists in that they all have to adhere to things like empiricism or verificationism or scientism, which is simply not the case. Atheists are epistemologically diverse, much the same way that theists are. I would argue probably a little bit more than theists are in many instances. So that claim didn't make any sense to me. There was also something that he was talking about. I can't remember the exact context, but what I know is that it seemed that Jake was making. He was confusing the difference between something that is true analytically and something that is true synthetically. God's existence, if it's true, would be true synthetically, not analytically. Now, a lot of theists, especially presuppositionalists, try to make it analytically true, but there's a lot of problems with that. And then he started talking about the Kalam cosmological argument. I'm going to try to make this quick because I could talk for. I mean, I'm not a professional or anything, but the Kalam was my favorite argument when I was a theist, and it's my favorite argument to object to as an atheist, which is why I disagree with both theists and atheists on the argument, because I think they both get things wrong about it. But the first premise is wrong, and there are numerous phenomena in quantum mechanics to tell us this. Now, he said, well, quantum fields aren't nothing, which is irrelevant. The fluctuations in these fields those are still acausal. Those are still stochastic and acausal. Weak radioactive decay is stochastic and acausal. Quantum tunneling is stochastic and acausal. And there's the thing is, and you can go, I challenge anybody who disagrees to go to your nearest university or college, sit down with somebody who's got a PhD in theoretical physics and ask them about causality as it relates to the quantum realm. And they will tell you that it doesn't even make sense to speak of these things and these phenomena within the framework of causality. Causality is not a law or a principle intrinsic in reality. It's much like the concept of temperature. It's something which emerges out of much more fundamental interactions taking place between much more fundamental aspects of reality. He didn't seem to really give much of an argument that atheism was absurd. He just gave what I would argue was a sufficient definition of atheism, particularly within a philosophical framework, and then pivoted to the Kalam cosmological argument.
Hey, skip that part of the video.
Yeah, there was nothing about atheism being absurd, and I would think that it's absurd to say that atheism is absurd, and I'll leave it at that, and I can touch on anything else when the discussion opens up.
Thank you so very much, Leo.
Absurd, yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's so funny. You would think with a title called "Is Atheism Absurd?" and I think his video was more in the positive manner, as in atheism is absurd, you would think the video would be more about atheism being absurd. Huh. But who knows? That's just me.
Maybe part two.
That's clickbait. That's just clickbait.
Clickbait.
No, the Kalam's bullshit.
Well, I mean, I disagree. I agree that the Kalam cosmological argument is not a sound argument, but it's certainly a valid argument, and I don't think it serves well to just offhandedly dismiss it as if it's nothing. Well, and I say that as somebody who's both defended it, who spent 4 years defending the argument fervently, and as somebody who spent 5 or 6 years now fervently defending atheism against it. I just don't think that it serves atheism well to offhandedly dismiss arguments like the Kalam cosmological argument or the teleological argument or the moral argument. And I'm not necessarily saying anybody in here has done this, so don't anybody take this as me addressing you. I just, broadly speaking, don't think that offhandedly dismissing these arguments, those arguments, they don't work. I mean, I agree they're not good arguments, but there's a discussion to be had as to why they're not. And I think that digging into that and truly revealing the faults of these arguments is what's going to reveal their weaknesses.
Okay. So I'm not.
That's what we're doing.
I'm definitely not off the cuff, offhandedly just throwing it away. But
okay.
So just yes or no. Does the Kalam cosmological argument get us to a God?
That depends. I mean, I would say no for the reasons that the argument is sound. But if I can conditionally grant it, I mean, it is valid. And if I conditionally grant that validity into soundness, and I carry the argument through, making some other assumptions like the A theory of time, which is why that question is a bit more nuanced, then I could say yes. But
exactly. So
I mean, there's a discussion to be had there.
Well, if you want to, but you just said or asserted that there's a lot of assumptions that you have to put in there. So
oh yeah, 100%.
Minus the assumptions, does the argument just in and of itself get us to a God? Is it?
No. I mean, no. Obviously not. That's generally the nature of philosophical arguments. I mean, if and I think that this is what you are referring to, Oz, is just the bare Kalam, just the two premises in the conclusion. That doesn't get you. It's valid, but it's not sound. If I were to grant it soundness, that means it's nothing to do with a God. That just gets you to some cause for the universe. There are certainly ways in which one could easily argue that the cause is purely mechanistic.
Right, and that's what I think. Like we can entertain each other all day, every day, and go through all the philosophical loops and gymnastics and all that, and it is fun. Right, it's a great way to help us to think and to problem solve and do all that. But at the end of the day, the argument in and of itself does not get us to a God or a higher being or anything like that. And I
agree with that.
That's what I'm trying to dissolve. That's what I'm trying to dissolve, is because we have too many people acting like that argument gets us to a God or a higher being. And I'm trying to strip it down to its bare bones and people to understand, like, yes, if you want to go and do the scholastics and get into the philosophical conversations and do that to make yourself sharper, and problem solve, that's fine. But when we're talking about actual God claims, this is not a real argument. This is not a real argument. It's not a real presentation to give.
Well, I mean, it's a real argument. It's just not a real good argument. is how I would write. I mean, it is an argument. It's a valid argument. It's not sound. The conclusion follows from the premises, but neither one of the premises is actually true. I mean,
well, I was about to say, and that's where and you and I don't have to get into a debate right now, but I don't.
Oh yeah. I mean, I agree with the vast majority of what you're saying. So
yeah, I don't agree that it's sound at all, because the need for a God in that argument is very much there, but the argument in and of itself does not point to a God.
Yes, very true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's all I was saying.
And so thank you guys so very much. And I'm gonna actually I'm going to, in a second, I'm gonna add in Randolph Richardson, but because we've been talking about debates so much, I just want to remind everybody, or I say remind, but more like make an announcement that we are going to start hosting debates. That's right. A debate show.
This is huge.
And we're calling it Debate Me, brah.
That's cool. I like that.
So
be tremendous. I promise.
Gonna be tremendous.
You're gonna get a lot of debate bros.
So look forward to that and more fun shows. We're coming up with a whole bunch of fun content. More to come soon. Also, that's what she said. And all right, with that, let's bring in
one of Strangling the Truth studies.
The founder of Canadian. Can you imagine such a thing as Canadian?
Can I say one really, really quick thing before we get good old Randy in here? Since we're on the topic. If you happen to find somebody, preferably a team, a 2 versus 2, that wants to debate the Kalam cosmological argument, please get a hold of me as soon as you can. If there's anybody out there that wants to do a team debate, yes, a 2v2, me, and there's another person I know, Oz is going to know what I'm talking about, Amy might, James might. He's getting a PhD in cosmology. He lives in the United Kingdom, and he looks like a British Carl Sagan. And he said he wants to get into debates a little more, and I think that a 2v2 on the Kalam cosmological argument would be ideal. It's one that I actually don't see a lot of channels focus on. Maybe capturing Christianity, but outside of that, you don't really see it talked about on debate platforms. And I haven't been able to find somebody to debate me on it. And I want to debate that argument.
Now you said a 2v2. Are you okay with the 1v1, Kalam, or do you want a 2v2?
I would prefer a 2v2. I prefer the 2v2, but if a 1v1 is all we can get, then that's I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Maybe the metaphysical Muslim.
And I just want to say, anybody out there, debate me, brah. Come on. Debate me, brah.
Isn't that a great title?
It is.
Inspired by Nathan Thompson.
I just want to end it with anybody that's near or close to Leo. Get this guy another pot of coffee. Like, get this guy another pot of coffee. Like he's lagging right now. I love you, bro. I love you. I love you,
buddy.
I love you.
Debate me, bro.
Hey, I was gonna say, with Oz in the channel, we need a myth debate. That's what we need. Get some Jesus myth.
Bring it.
That would be amazing.
I'll debate that because I am a historicist. That's the word.
And here's the thing. I will not ever debate on my own channel because I have to be the host and all that. But I would be more than happy to debate elsewhere. But yes, Jesus is a motherfucking myth.
Debate me, bro.
Drop the mic, Amy. Drop the mic.
There we go.
To Amaretto in the chat, yes, we should. We definitely should. Absolutely. I would like to debate like critical race theory or something because so many people just do not even understand what it is.
There we go. I'd take it. I don't want to do politics, but we will host political debates. So bring it on. I'll be the moderator for that.
Hey man, I'm other than Vosh, he's like got the title, but like I'm below him there. I'm still your friendly YouTube socialist. So
woohoo! And okay, with that,
Amaretto is the rogue.
Well, maybe he's the mage. We use mage.
All right, where's Randy at?
Randolph Richardson. We have a Midnight Ranting.
Canadian atheist.
The head of Canadian. I need to get a Darth voice.
So, congratulations on starting a debate series. I think that's wonderful. If I'm willing to, some of Darth Dawkins' followers are trying to arrange a debate between me and Darth on modern day debate for
really?
Yeah, for the topic. And I'm suggesting the topic that I'll defend will be atheism is normal. So that should be an interesting one with Darth. But I'm not hearing anything from them lately on it. So if you end up finding an interlocutor for me on that topic, I'll
I don't think Darth will come on the channel, but maybe their little underlings will. Come on, underlings. Come on.
Can I ask you a quick question, Randall?
Well, I just want to say, with like what Leo's saying about quantum physics, certain things being acausal, this is very interesting to me because I reject the first premise of the Kalam cosmological argument. And what'll often happen, I find, when I'm talking with theists who are in favor of it, they'll say stuff like, okay, so provide an example of something that doesn't have a cause. And
quantum tunneling, that's usually the first thing I say.
Fantastic. So I need to know more about this because it'll be nice to have an answer. Well, normally what I've been telling them is you're attempting to shift the burden of proof. So, you're the ones making the claim here, not me. I'm just telling you why I don't accept that argument. And Black Swan fallacy doesn't wash it in their books. They won't accept the Black Swan fallacy. They want to shift that burden of proof. And so that's what's happening there. So the question that you're putting up here is atheism absurd? So I look at the definition of absurd and I see that it's an adjective that means wildly unreasonable, illogical, or inappropriate. And I think that I don't think that it's absurd to not believe in deities. I think when you've got somebody who's taking a position that deities do exist or don't exist, then they can fall down with logic because, or just the argument is unreasonable because the burden of proof that they have can be quite a large one. to prove that a deity exists. There are many people who claim it, but nobody's actually proven it, at least not with sufficient evidence. And then those who claim there are no deities have to rule it out of the entire cosmos. And we just, as far as I know, we don't have the capability of exploring the entire cosmos in a single atomic exercise that can completely rule it out. So we have to look at other things to try to say, hey, that doesn't make sense. Like, it's easy with the Bible. There's lots of contradictions, so it's not really a very reliable source for that one. So it's easy to debunk on that point. So, but I think in general, there are, at any rate, I think that if there's any absurdity, it's on those who might be. It might be on those who are taking positions on deities, as opposed to those of us who don't take positions. So I would argue that atheism definitely is not absurd, because I treat it as a classification. Anyway, that's where we're at with that. I hope that answers and addresses the topic, Amy. And I think, Leo, you have a question for me.
And thank you so much, Randolph.
By the way, Randolph, you have the greatest shirt ever. That is such a phenomenal movie.
Oh, I love this movie. It is fantastic. So
yes, it is.
The Goonies. My daughter got this for me because she knows I like a lot of stuff from the 80s. The 80s were good years for me. We just moved away from a bad neighborhood, and life almost felt like it was starting over again. It took a while to get used to not looking over my shoulder all the time, and my guard not going up at nighttime seemed weird at first, but it's just night and day difference going to somewhere peaceful instead of with gangs fighting and people doing weird stuff. So it's like movies and everything was wonderful. You know, it's just a nice change. And the Goonies were definitely an important childhood movie among many. Big Trouble in Little China. What do you think of that movie?
I don't think I've ever seen that one, but I did have a question. I've heard that I need to see that movie.
A lot of the movies that we watched as kids, when we watch them now, the dialogue sounds kind of cringy for most of them. Big Trouble in Little China is one of the few that the dialogue is actually still really, really good. So what's your question?
So you said that you...
Leo,
let's go ahead.
If I may, I don't have a question. I just want to make sure we give a proper introduction. So we have Randolph Richardson in the room, and this is the godfather of atheism. Know your role and shut your mouth. And not only that, what you don't know about Randolph is he can freestyle. He can freestyle.
I didn't know this until a few nights ago, you know.
So I just want to make sure you get the proper introduction. So the Godfather is in the building.
I've never tried it before. And
Leo, proceed.
So you said you wanted to debate that atheism is normal. And it
I'm open to doing that. That was a topic I suggested for Garth Dawkins. So yeah.
My question was, would you be defending normal in the sense that atheism is normative, that one ought be an atheist, or that atheism would fall under normality, where it is usual or typical? Or should be treated as such?
More toward the latter.
Okay.
Because I don't promote the idea that everyone ought to be an atheist. That's not where I stand. Like, actually, Amy, you had mentioned something about atheism being rational. I don't promote the idea of rationality associating with atheism. I think they're entirely separate things. Rationality is something that an individual can strive for, but not believing in deities does not require rationality or irrationality. If you want to have justification for that, that's fine, but it's not necessary. That's the only point I'm making.
Okay.
I just want to say on that, that I just think that we are being rational. I don't think that like being an atheist makes you a rational person. Clearly, there are a lot of non-skeptical atheists. So none in this channel, of course. None in this.
So I would say the source of the rationality would be the skepticism, would be the critical thinking. That would be the progenitor of rationality, hopefully.
I just wanted to specify quickly because I'm sure that the question I asked Randolph might seem kind of weird to some people, but the reason I asked it is because when I hear the word normal, I can think of that in two senses. Like if something says, well, that's normal, I think of that in terms of normativity, where it's normal in that you ought do it, or I think of normal in the sense that it's usual or typical or expected. So I didn't know which path Randolph was wanting to take in that
expected
discussion.
Part I would leave out, but the other point,
the usual typical,
common kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something that happens naturally.
Yeah.
It occurs naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Who's on deck?
And then what happens is many of us will deviate from it, and others, like myself, never have. That's how I see it.
I mean, yes, Doorknob. Yeah, you can normalize something, and then you get orthogonality. That works too if you're talking linear algebra.
And okay, I think we have a recent convert, as in 30 minutes ago, to Islam. Please welcome Baklama Allah.
Hello.
Must be Peter.
Inshallah, infidel.
Yep. I already
No,
know.
that doesn't sound like Peter at all. Come on, Oz. What have you been? What have you been? Drinking? No.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, thank you for giving me the stage. Yes.
We are Midnight Ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I hope you're doing well, and what are your thoughts?
Alhamdulillah, so I was in the side chat for a while, and several things happened in the side chat. So, and I would like to point out my conversion from there. So what happened first was Dafrik pointing out that all roads lead to Jesus. And here is a picture of the road leading to my house, which is at the end of that particular road, which means that is where Jesus lives. And I should call myself Jesus. But then, obviously, Brother Doth was mentioned. And yeah, that's a little off for me. Also, we had Leo making claims about God, not wanting to mention which God. So I have to refrain.
Because it was irrelevant to the point.
I have to refrain from the God entirely. And therefore, I have joined Brother Jake the Snake, and I have become Muslim. Since my name was Peter, which also can mean penis, I have chosen the name Bakulama Allah, which is Arabic for Allah's penis bone, and I thought that was pretty appropriate. And,
which denomination is that?
I'm Sufini, which is a small sect of people who don't want to be anything. And
do the Sufini like to eat linguine?
I was about
sometimes, but the problem is I'm getting interrupted by this man who is still backstage. And what did you want to say, Simus?
Here, this guy is a pathological liar.
Wait! Don't use the soundboard when Simus is speaking, please, infidels. Let Simus say what he wants to say. Simus, what was that? Yes, we'll ask Amy to do just that so we can continue and bring in other guests. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah.
What's going on?
Allah snack bar. Thank you. Oh, dude.
Alrighty then.
And thank you so much, Balacham Allah. And okay, with that, I think it was Dryce. I think you were next. Dryce, we have been Midnight Ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? How are you, and what are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been watching?
Hi, thanks for having me on. I had a bunch of different points that I wanted to make to the video and to all the different commentary that's been going on here. So I'm going to like fly through it really quick. So the first thing is that he starts talking about, he makes the complaint about strong atheism, weak atheism, and he wants it all to just be strong atheism because he feels that atheists are shifting the burden of proof. And it sounds like he wants to hear more from what you guys would call strong atheists. But the thing is that if you go through the literature, there's plenty of material that he could find besides the problem of evil that he mentioned. Like you have Nicholas Everett's argument from scale, you have Schellenberg and Drange's respective arguments from hiddenness, you have arguments from dysteleology, you have Aurea Plugaru's related argument from physiological horrors. You have Quentin Smith's cosmological argument that relies on like the probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics and the wave function. Like he could find all sorts of stuff in terms of the hard or strong atheists making their case. So he doesn't have to feel so frustrated by agnostic atheists, quote unquote, shifting the burden of proof from his perspective. If he's looking for atheists to make a case for the non-existence of God, it's out there. He should just continue to read the literature. So that was the first point. The second point was to Oz. So like Oz, you were talking before about if you separate philosophy from science and, what happens to philosophy? What can you do with it? Nothing, so like basically the idea being that it's worthless by itself. And so, like, I would agree with you there in terms of, like, I don't like armchair philosophers. But at the same time, I'm just wondering how far you want to go with it. Because you could do the same thing with other fields. Like, what if you were to strip science of all of the different philosophical assumptions that it makes about the external world, about your perceptions and the reliability of your perceptions and things like that? What could you do with science then without those philosophical assumptions attached to it? Similarly, you couldn't do anything at all. You couldn't get you couldn't get 1 foot off the ground. So I think the real point that I wanted to stress there was that if you're really going to make progress in understanding things, you're going to need an integrative, multi-discipline approach in order to basically get everything that you can and run with it in order to make real progress. And don't want to take up too much more time, so I'm going to give one last thing, which is that I disagreed with you guys when you were talking about God and the Kalam and how God would be like a case of special pleading with respect to the Kalam, because that first premise there says began to exist. And if it's the case, according to them, that God does not begin to exist, then that first premise doesn't apply to him. And so that objection wouldn't go through. And so those are my thoughts, and just wondering what you make of them.
I have a
You're
question.
just constructing it to get around that, but
I have a question.
Philosophically, it works.
And thank you so much, guys.
When you said that there are philosophical assumptions that science makes, can you give some examples of that? Because my understanding
That the
of science
external
is that
world exists independently of your perception of it. That is a metaphysical claim.
No, but I'm like, my understanding of science is that
that's an assumption science makes. What I just stated, that the physical world exists independently of your perception of it, that is a metaphysical claim. It's a claim that science presupposes.
Okay, now would you say that means that that's a philosophical claim? Because that's
yes, metaphysics is wholly within the realm of philosophy.
Okay, all right then. So, and that is that the kind of claim that you're talking about, Grace, or were you thinking of something else? Because you said
that was one.
Okay.
That was one of the claims that I first mentioned as being, a philosophical assumption on the part of a practicing scientist. There are others as well.
No, you said science. You didn't say.
Yeah, science. That's when I say that, I mean this is exact same thing. So when I'm talking about science or practicing scientists, what's practicing scientists do being science, the assumption that a science is going to make in terms of us investigating the world around us is that that world is actually there. Would be one thing. Another thing is that your sensory faculties are somehow reliable enough that you can garner reliable information about the world that exists, among other things. So I mean, there are, and that's why there's a philosophy of science to begin with. Exactly. It's because there are assumptions, underlying foundational assumptions that science makes in order to be able to get off the ground to begin with.
Can I add to that really quickly?
Go for it.
This is a big area for where science relies heavily on philosophy is in epistemology. When we speak about something like the truth or fact or knowledge with regards to science and scientific methodologies, we mean something different than what you would traditionally expect. Also, science would utilize sort of a mix between what are called the correspondence theory of truth and the coherence theory of truth. The best type of knowledge we can get within the framework of science is that which corresponds to something in the physical world and also coheres well with the knowledge that we already have. So it's sort of a coherentism that science uses. So it makes epistemological presuppositions as well going into the methodologies that are then utilized in science.
And can I just want to ask you, Dries, are you open to the universe being eternal or not having come into creation but always being?
Yeah, I think that the universe is eternal. Yeah, that would be something.
See, so you're fine. But see, I feel like it cuts either way. So this is where the theist would normally say, no, my God is the special thing that can be the only thing that is eternal.
Well, yeah, but they would give arguments for that. I mean, so I mean, they would say that the universe is something that is contingent, where God is something that is necessary. And then they would give evidence for the beginning of the universe.
But they are then saying,
the point that I'm getting at is that, again, there's an argument to be had here. We can't just dismiss their arguments like that.
You can dismiss it because you just said they give evidence. I've yet to hear anybody give evidence to anything that we're talking about right now.
Well, I mean, that's what an argument purports to be, is it not? Evidence?
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think what Leo's trying to say there is purported evidence. They're giving something that they're claiming is evidence for you to consider, and what Leo's asking you to do is to consider it, even if it fails in the end, which I think everybody here would agree it does fail in the end. It's
the broader point was that they don't just assert that, well, God can be eternal, but the universe can't, and that's that. They give a reason why the universe isn't something that can be eternal.
I normally don't even talk about it.
You don't have to agree with them. It's not that it's necessarily a good reason, but they do offer reasons for that.
Reasons and evidence are two totally different
things.
Really different things.
Evidence is a type of reason. Evidence is a reason for something, like a reason for accepting something would be evidence.
Yes, depending on how you define the terms. Yes, absolutely. But if I tell you that I have evidence, and I know this is the age-old bullshit thing that the atheists say, but it still stands true. If I say I have evidence that I have a pink unicorn that shits glitter and everything, like that's not evidence. That's just me telling you and making a claim that I have. That's not evidence. That's not a good reason to believe in anything.
Sure, but if somebody, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say that if somebody though like offers you like a pile of glitter or a few piles of glitter that are on the floor, and they say, look, you know, that's the turd that they left on the floor. That would be like the purported evidence that you have to take into consideration. Is that good evidence? No, not at all. You should still reject their idea, but nevertheless, they are offering something that we would have to consider.
I don't know.
Can I say something really quick? And I think this might be a point to what Oz is getting at a little bit. I don't think there's a distinction between good evidence and bad evidence. I think it's either you have evidence or you don't. I don't know what the term bad evidence would mean, because evidence... I mean, I would almost say that evidence is analytically indicating, you know, the facts and data that indicates, you know, the truth or the validity of some proposition or belief or what have you. That so if the belief or the proposition is not actually indicated, or rather the truth or the validity of that belief or proposition is not indicated by the available, you know, facts that we have and the data that we have available to us, then I would say that it isn't evidence.
So, I mean, what I wanted to say there real quick is that, like, you know, when you say good versus bad evidence, I think that you could understand that in a sensible way if you're talking about like strong versus weak evidence, because there are examples of evidence that will corroborate a hypothesis to a greater or lesser degree.
I think cogent would be a better word. Either evidence is cogent or it's incogent evidence. I think is kind of how that's generally given, because evidence generally implies induction. Because with deduction, you would have something more along the lines of proof. So, and with induction, the arguments are not actually technically construed in terms of validity, because they're not deductive. They're construed in terms of cogency. And so, since evidence would play heavily into inductive arguments, I think and this is just me speaking, I think it's better to say that evidence can be cogent or incogent evidence. And then you need cogent evidence to really get to a conclusion.
Right. Going back to Jake the Snake's argument, and he tried to pile on until he finally got to the Kalam, and the Kalam is really what all comes down to with that argument. There is no good evidence within that argument to suggest that there is a supernatural, or what do they call it, necessary being, like for me, and the premises, there's no reason to believe any of that shit is true, no matter how you try to slam it, chop it up, mince it up, and make it understandable, or where I can digest it. It still doesn't make sense, and that was the whole point of this stream, as far as I understand, on the topic.
Yep, raw men. And yeah, because they keep on rehashing the same. I mean, it's the greats, as James was saying, from beginning, from like Aquinas and all these types of arguments, but science keeps on marching forward.
Gotta play the hits, though.
Gotta play the hits. And okay, we're gonna add in love guides the wise. Love guides the wise, not gods. Love. We are Midnight Ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? How are you, and what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we've been talking about?
Oh, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I hope everybody here is doing well. It seems like everything's going well. I just wanted to say that I appreciate you guys trying to discuss this beautiful stuff, because it definitely is something that will help people out of their cults that they're in, which does seem to fit the definition. So yeah, I'm more about open discussion. So instead of monopolizing the time, I'll just say, hey, how's it going, everybody? And let's have a great discussion.
Howdy.
Amen.
Good to have you on.
Why not? And okay, does anyone have anything else? If not, we'll keep on moving.
Who's next?
Take it, Oz, if you got, or
just this is not on topic, but just to be funny, because I know the people in the chat will probably get riled up. Hashtag Jesus is a myth. Jesus is a myth.
Oh snap! Throwing the gloves down.
Oh, and Jesus is a no-show.
He also no-shows. Yes.
He just went for cigarettes. He'll be back, I'm sure. That's what they all say.
So, I got a couple of things. I mean, so when we were talking just before about cogency versus non-cogent or incogent arguments, Leo, you're probably familiar with Richard Swinburne, right? So he gives the distinction between C-inductive arguments and P-inductive arguments. C-inductive arguments are arguments that raise the probability of the hypothesis a little bit, but not enough to make it probable, to bring it above that 50% line. They just raise it a little bit. And then the P-inductive argument makes it probable. And so like that would just be an example of what we're talking about here of like good versus bad, or weak versus strong, cogent versus non-cogent kinds of inductive evidence. And the last thing to throw out there for me right now is, besides saying that if anybody has anything for me in the side chat, I'm sorry, I'm not there right now. So if anybody says something to me there, I apologize, I won't see the comment. But the last thing was the video mentioned. Heard.
That's true. Just tag me and Amy Newman, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. Gotcha.
So the last thing I had was that the video mentions Hilbert's Hotel, and this is something that came up in the side chat too, and it's a very popular thing with Craig. So does anybody here know who Georg Cantor was?
Yes, developed set theory.
Yep, sure did. And so one of the famous quotes that he has is talking about the infinite versus finite quantities. And one of the things that he says in terms of developing his set theory is that we have to be very careful not to treat an infinite number like a finite number. You can't perform the same kinds of operations the same way. And that's exactly what these kinds of paradoxes do a lot of the time, is they try to use operations like addition and subtraction and so on and apply that to the infinite and treating it in the exact same way as a finite quantity, but you can't do that. And so it's a misapplication. It's not something that's appropriate, an appropriate operation applied to the infinite. That would be one problem that I have. But then to shake things up a little bit, we were talking about that, Randolph, Leo, and I, and one of the things that we kind of hit a little disagreement on was whether or not you could, even though you can't use terms like bigger than or less than with infinites because they're not finite quantities, I think that you could apply the word equal to them, because it's not really, you're just simply saying by that they are both equally an infinite quantity. And so I just wanted to throw that out there to get your thoughts on it, about why you would disagree with
I don't know if one could do that, because that would be then saying that the set of natural numbers is equal to the set of even numbers, which there are natural numbers that are not even, despite both those sets being infinite. So to say that they're equal doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, and what you're doing is like you're basically saying that the what is infinite is then specifically definable, and my understanding of what's infinite is that it's undefined. What that
infinite has a definition, but it just essentially means some set of
that's what I mean
that has no upper limit. There's no upper limit to the set.
Right. Yeah, and so the upper limit, though, like to say that they're equal would be to imply that there is some kind of upper limit, so that you can make that comparison.
Wait, what? One more time.
That's an interesting point.
So if you're saying that like if Drace is saying that they are two infinites would be equal, then in order to determine that they're equal, that would imply that there's some kind of limit that we can base the comparison on.
I don't know if that would be true, because I could just say that infinity is equal to infinity, and that would be true, despite the fact. So I think that the fact that all infinities share the property of being infinite does not necessarily mean that those particular sets are equal to each other.
I agree.
And that's why the concept of equality makes no sense when talking about infinites, at least
that's what I'm trying to get to.
That was the only point that I was making.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, and what does any of this have to do with proof of God or the Kalam?
So infinite has a lot to do with the Kalam cosmological argument. It's mainly used.
But going back, our boy Jake the Snake was trying to demonstrate.
Oh, is your volume's low?
He was trying to demonstrate that a God exists. So it shouldn't be this complicated. Like if you have
it's not about complication. It's about the demonstration on their part of why they come to their conclusion. Okay. And they use the concept of an infinity and the absurdities between operations of infinities. I mean, the whole with the coins. If I have an infinite amount of coins and I number them all from 1 going up, and I subtract all the even number coins, I still have an infinite amount of coins because I have all coins. But if I subtract all the coins number greater than 3, then I only have 3 coins left. So and they use that to demonstrate the absurdity of the infinitude of the past, to demonstrate that the universe must have a beginning, to then demonstrate that it's contingent, and thereby requires some transcendent metaphysical cause.
Awesome. And at the end of the day, if that's the argument they make, we're all atheists here right now. None of it makes sense. Why? Because we still haven't found a God. Because we're all skeptics here. If we really wanted to find truth like we say we do, we would have already found the God. So why all the numbers?
Because it's a part of the argument.
But obviously the argument is worthless, right? Because we still don't know the God, right?
Well, I mean, yes, but the fact that these arguments don't work, I mean, at least to me, doesn't really mean anything. I still need to object to them and lay these arguments bare for people to see why they don't work. And then a lot of that involves digging into these arguments and showing why things like part of their defense is to pull up the absurdity of operations between infinites to demonstrate that the past can't be infinite, and so the universe has to have a beginning, so it's contingent, and you go down that line. But if you can go back to this and say, well, the concept of infinity doesn't, I mean, that's in and of itself a concept that, I mean, the whole thing is that infinity is a concept. I mean, actual infinites don't exist. But then that ties into arguments about, you know, tensed versus tenseless theory of time, because the argument of an infinitude of the past only works if you presume that time is tensed versus tenseless, when physics seems to indicate that time is tenseless.
Theo, the reason I ask that is if there really is this God, and no matter what holy book they're pulling from, if there really is this God that really loves us and cares about us, and he's worried about every action that we take, and every way we correspond with each other, is all this required? Like, is all this required? Because if we have to do this, like, and like I said, I do appreciate the education and learning and making myself think outside of the box. Where when you get just down to the brass tacks on, does this shit, is it real? Does the God exist? Is this shit real? It's like, why are we, as just atheists in a room, why are we doing this? Because we already know that this shit is bullshit, right? There's nobody here that we're arguing with. I guess that's my question.
I mean,
I
I'm just glad
agree
we
with
have
that.
people like Leo to do all that work in that calculation, because he's better at it than I can do.
The reason that I talk about these things is because, I mean, we can agree till we're all blue in the face about that these arguments don't work. They don't get you to a God. They've got their flaws, all we want. But I mean, we all already know that, as Oz said. But the point is that if we don't explicate why they don't work, then people are going to continue to be convinced by them, because they're not going to know why these arguments don't work.
No, but Theo, that's what, and this is where I do, and I'll say it on record. Theo is way smarter than I am, way more when it comes to intellect, way sharper than I am. I have zero issues admitting that, saying that. And this is just me taking it down to common sense, brass tacks, right? Where it's like, if this God exists, I don't need. Like, if I've never been involved in any of these conversations, I don't need any of this. I just need to know that I can experience the God. How do I know that the God is real? And then let's roll. And I can be down for that. I can do that. Like, these are arguments for people that have been in it for years, right? Years, been doing it. And I try to come at it from a more simplistic, like, everyday, maybe just got saved, or just finding out about God, or just got witnessed to, and none of this matters. Like, none of that matters, and that's what that's why I always boil it down to.
Yeah, I think the difference between me and you is, maybe you would consider yourself this, but I consider myself a counter apologist. So understanding these arguments and being able to, like I said earlier, just open them up and lay them bare so that people can see why they fail, I think works to, number one, normalize atheism, and number two, convince people that it is a reasonable position to hold, even though we all already know that. That's great, but other people don't. I mean, we know these arguments don't work, but there are people out there that still think that they do. We're not going to get them to think about these arguments and why they don't work unless we talk about their arguments for why these arguments, their reasons rather, for why these arguments do work. And so I try to focus on doing that, but I'm not saying that everybody has to. I mean, not everybody's trying to be particularly a counter apologist. They're not trying to go out and actually counter these arguments. They're doing other things. So people don't have to take the approach that I do.
So this is where I think multiple approaches being put forward all at the same time can be even more effective. So there can be the high intellectual approach. There can be the straightforward, easygoing approach. There can be the straight talk approach. There can be the tough love approach. We use all these different ways of doing this, and they'll appeal to different people. And that way, because there's so many of us, we're able to do this, and so this will work well, I think.
Another thing I wanted to throw out there is that, so there is the issue about, countering the arguments that the believer would provide if that's what you're interested in doing. But another thing that I find a lot more useful is that, when they introduce these arguments, they introduce like a great many different issues in philosophy and the sciences. And what that can do is broaden your own horizons, because it allows you to dive into things that you might not have been previously affiliated with and try to make sense of it from your own understanding. In other words, it is a way of achieving your own enlightenment by basically diving into the best that they have to offer and seeing what you can make of it. And ultimately, if you end up disagreeing with them, you'll come out of that at the end with your own positive conception of life, which I think is highly worthwhile in itself.
I agree.
Yep.
And okay. Oh no, Oz. So Oz is going to make the final point, and then we're going to add in Simos. But Oz, floor's yours.
No, also, and I will take a step back because I was thinking while you guys were talking. I've listened to hours and hours of different debates and lectures and all that to attempt to learn and all that. So I will take a step back and apologize if I came off aggressive there.
No, not at all.
I think what I'm addressing there is when there is a theist like Jake the Snake or others, where I too many times hear atheists concede positions in those arguments. I think that's where my brain is right now. Is I hear them concede to different.
That's
positions.
very frustrating.
And I think that's where I'm coming from right now. So I apologize if I misrepresented or misrepresented. That's probably the best word. Misrepresented your guys' positions or arguments on that because I was taking it from that perspective where it's like, no, we don't concede. We do not concede those positions. And I that's where I was coming from. So I apologize.
I'm guilty of doing that in the past before I developed a better understanding of what's going on.
Also, I don't think you have to apologize. You were very succinct, and you made me deconvert again. So I will now identify as a unicorn. And yes, that is a golden baculum holder.
Well, awesome. I'm like,
no, we know what. We know what's holding that up. And
is this Peter or
Congratulations. Congratulations, I guess.
Simos, we have been midnight ranting on is atheism absurd? Woohoo! How are you, and what are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, hello everybody. First off, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, your volume's about 80% of everyone else.
A little bit low, but you're definitely audible.
Your volume's about 80% of everyone else.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to get a bit closer to the mic. Okay, so there's a couple of things really. Firstly, I think in general, the absurd in life is where the interest comes. I mean, I think if we don't embrace things which are outside of ourselves, then we're missing out on some experiences in life and necessarily not being open-minded enough in order to fulfill passion really and emotion and some kind of human experience. So I think firstly embracing the absurd actually is a healthy attitude to take, and that's basically my artistic view really, rather than any kind of science view or anything like that. Please don't confuse that. I'm just talking about passion in life, really. And then, secondly, I think this is a classic case where people use this word maybe incorrectly, and I think Jake was incorrectly using the word because really what he meant to say is some form of delusion, and I think that's what he really meant by absurd. And in that sense, obviously, I would throw it back and say that's more projection than anything else. However, That's not to say that we shouldn't look at it and reassess our positions all the time. The reason I'm saying that is because really it's this, and I'm going to use Randolph's term here, sufficient evidence is the standard, right? So for me, I don't see atheism. I see atheism as something that needs a reason, and as such, I think we're all. I think I would say philosophically that that's why I tend to hard atheism myself, because I think there are good reasons to be an atheist over a theist, and that's mainly because the burden actually is relatively low. And when I say relatively low, that's what I'm talking about when I say extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's not to do with sufficiency here. It's to do with what would be accepted as sufficiency. So that's the slight thing that I just wanted to quibble with Randolph about, because I realized he said stuff on this topic a while ago. And I also think it's the main way people misunderstand what Hitchens is saying there when we talk about Hitchens' razor. So, and I don't think it's a criteria to believe something or disbelieve something in itself. Just pointing out that the criteria for believing something, which is absurd, like I don't know, a Salvador Dali, right?
A square circle.
Seems to me, no, not a square circle.
Square circles are absurd.
No, I don't think absurd is the correct word to use.
Square circles are definitely absurd.
Okay,
they're not. They were shown on British TV.
I'm sure that's one way of looking at the word. And as I said,
is that a political reference, Peter?
Well, isn't something contradictory absurd? I would say so.
No, I wouldn't. I would not use absurd that way personally. But
isn't that what it means?
Fine. That's fine. We can discuss that when I finish, kind of thing. So yeah, as I say, I'm using it in this specific artistic way, rather than trying to say it's some kind of standard, because I don't think it is a standard. That would be absurd. Not to say contradictory, but to say that it would be almost useless without any redeeming qualities. And in that sense, okay. So again, I'm not trying to make all of the point I'm trying to make here really is that the reason I believe atheism is not absurd and is in fact less absurd than the counter points which are theism is simply because the standard and burden of proof is so much lower than theism. It's almost trivial, in fact, to show, even just by something like Occam's razor, that deism is in fact a next to meaningless, not meaningless, because I think it's false and therefore it has a meaning, but next to meaningless proposition. So yeah, that would be my basic point. And I especially like what Randolph has said here. Atheism is normal. It's normal because it has a low burden and an easy burden to achieve. So that would be my kind of point.
Well, no burden in my view. But,
well,
okay.
I realize that, but I think you can't say no burden because
why not?
Because theism is false.
It's
nothing to do with it.
It's not normal. Where I live, it's not normal.
Right. Okay. So anyway, those are my views. I try to embrace the word absurd because of my artistic bent, and I think also having a healthy openness to the absurd is also a healthy way of keeping a sane mind. And
I agree with that.
And keeping it going.
I think that's one of the reasons comedy does so well. Stand-up comedy is because
keep an open mind.
Because because a lot of stand-up comedians will examine what's absurd and present it to the audience eloquently, and get people to think about things they normally wouldn't think about. It's so I agree with you on that, Simon.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
By the way, I did just want to specify quickly. I wasn't saying that if something is absurd, it's contradictory. I was saying that if something is contradictory, then it's also absurd.
Here.
Also, you have a fan, Simon.
A logical liar.
Oh, thank you, Hannah. Always a pleasure.
Hannah Anderson wrote in the chat. Yep. Sorry. Where did she say? She said, "Oh, where did that go?" She said, "Oh, Oh yeah, Simos has the best accent. It's silky smooth.
Oh wow.
That's awesome.
And I'm gonna, since we still have a bunch of people, I'm gonna keep on moving down. And so, Bird, we have been midnight ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? How are you? And what are your thoughts about either the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hey everybody, what's going on? Hanging out, chilling. Yeah, so is atheism absurd? And if you're going by the dictionary definition of absurd, wobbly, unreasonable, illogical, inappropriate, no, I do not. I think it is the logical position until such claims have been met with their burden of proof. As far as I know, and as far as I've been presented, I have not seen any evidence for a God. Therefore, I think it's completely reasonable to deduce that there are no gods at this time. I'm not saying there are no gods, but I have not been presented with one. So, that's all I have to say. How's everybody doing? All right.
Yeah.
Doing all right. How are you doing?
Thank you so very much.
Bird.
What's up, son? Hey, Oz, I wanna jump into Oz real quick.
Hot, but sure.
Oh,
yeah, that's sexy.
Little bear on bear action. I totally agree with your sentiment that you have to go through all this rigmarole and all this bullshit to get to a God. When just give me something, you know. Just give me a little something.
What you're referring to as bullshit is the something that they're giving you.
No. I agree
part
with
of the
you.
argument.
I know we have to go through their arguments. I totally get that. I didn't say that at all. I know we have to go through their arguments. We have to pick them apart. We have to show why they're ridiculous. But I also hear what Oz is saying. If you have to go through all these mental gymnastics and all this stuff to conclude that there's a God, it doesn't look. It's not coherent. You know.
Well, I mean, I have to do the same thing for naturalism when I defend and I'm not saying anybody else here is particularly a naturalist, but I am. And when I defend naturalism, I require rigorous philosophical arguments. The fact that is that just a bunch of bullshit that I have to go through to try to prove my position, or is it just a rigorous philosophical argument, regardless of whether you consider it true or not?
And when somebody, when they're adding complexity to their argument and doing all this mental gymnastics, they're actually making the burden higher for themselves.
Wait, so am I doing mental gymnastics when I defend naturalism?
No, I'm talking about what Bird was saying about the religious people going through a lot of extra steps.
I go through extra steps to get to naturalism. I have to. See, what this sounds like to me is that you guys are saying that because these are rigorous philosophical arguments, that they can just be offhandedly dismissed as a bunch of bullshit that we don't need to address.
No, hold up.
And that's just not true.
Not at all.
The way that I'm interpreting what Oz and Bird are saying is more like an argument from hiddenness, in the sense it's like, why isn't God more obvious? If he exists, then why isn't it just plainly there?
Come on out with it. Let's do it.
I'd like to add something else to it, because both the Bible, all three of them, the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, all claim that their God interacts with the known universe. If that's the case, we can find evidence.
Right.
We don't need all those philosophical hoops.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just saying that this idea that there are rigorous philosophical arguments backing up what somebody says does not inherently mean that they're just wrong and that they're bullshit. That's not mental gymnastics.
Leo, let Oz talk for a minute.
No.
Oh, I wasn't talking. Okay.
I'm not trying to dance around any of that. Well, I'll just ask. Let's just make sure. Leo, are you a all-knowing, all-loving, all-encompassing everything God?
No.
Okay, cool. So we have that. We have that done. I would expect that a all-knowing, all-loving, all-omni, all-everything God would know how to demonstrate itself to be real to humanity at every level, at every need, at every corner, without the philosophical arguments without the ups and downs, all the explanations, all the stars in the sky, and every other fucking argument that's been brought up, right? I would expect that God to be able to do that. Period.
I think that's a fair expectation.
Yeah, but what if somebody holds
otherwise.
to a deistic God? What if somebody holds to that it's a deistic God that exists?
Then,
when it
then we're
doesn't
not
actually
talking.
interact?
Then we're not talking about an all-loving God, the God.
Yeah, but who said that that's the
described.
kind of God that we were talking about in the first place?
I thought there was a video at the beginning of all of this where the one we're discussing, that guy talks about a specific God, not the one.
Well,
that
no,
you
I
want
just
to
heard him
dodge,
mention.
Leo.
I just heard him mention an omnipotent and omniscient, metaphysically necessary being. I didn't hear any statements that he made beyond that.
No, the premise of this conversation is based on Jake the Snake's argument, which is an Abrahamic God, which both Abrahamic gods, one if they're either separate or they're one and the same, are these all-encompassing beings.
Well, I mean, yeah, he believes in the Abrahamic God, but I don't think he was necessarily defending particularly the Abrahamic God in the video that we watched.
Until like the last 5 minutes, then he just boom.
What God did you think he was defending?
I didn't think. I thought he was just defending the a traditional theistic or deistic God.
Yeah, but no.
Yeah, you're wrong then.
But then if you
it's the argument that I'm wrong.
If you want to play that game, then yes, cool. They're going to take you to a theist or deistic argument, but then they're going to drill it down to a one singular God, which is either.
Well, yeah, of course.
So at the end of the day, we do all the semantics. I'm not here for semantics. I'm here to drill down to the gods that we're talking about, which is either Allah or the Christian God, Yahweh. Those are the two that they're going to talk about in that particular argument.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that these arguments are necessarily utilized to get to a specific God. That they use different argumentations.
What do you mean?
No, they don't. The Kalam cosmological argument, the teleological argument, the moral argument, the ontological argument do not get you to any one specific God.
Leo,
none of these natural
already
philosophical
know
arguments
the
do.
God, the guy,
or rather natural theological.
If you know the God the guy believes in, what else
but
do you
it just be okay. So like when inspiring philosophy goes into debates, he'll often present his arguments and he'll straight up say, "Look, I'm defending, it's a deistic or theistic God. I'm not defending particularly the God of Christianity, even though he's a Christian." So it would be dishonest of you to go into that debate arguing against particularly the Christian God because he believes in that, because he's not defending that particular God. So just because it's the God that somebody believes in does not necessarily mean
you don't have to repeat it 4 or 5 times.
He didn't repeat it 4 or 5 times.
Everybody chill right now. Leo, Bird, fuck, everybody chill the fuck out. We're on the same team, first of all. But no, I 100 and having one of my very, very good friends going through this process and converting to Islam, like I know the process, bro. Like I've come to know it very, very well, and I've been studying it more than I ever have. So I get it. No, that particular argument does not take you to a specific God, right? That's not what it is. And whether you do the William Lane Craig or you do the Islamic approach, they take you to a general state of or belief in theism, right? Then they start to drill down to which God is the God. So no matter.
Yeah, but I think that's separate from the primary arguments.
No.
They can be used in tandem, but they're not the same thing.
Oh God,
it's not. It's step one in this case.
And to you, I understand that from a philosophical point of view. I understand what you're saying, Leo. I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to drill down to is the next step. This is when it gets dirty. If we're going to defend people that are attempting to be converted or moved to a position of this belief or that belief, this is when it gets dirty. Is then they start doing the comparison game. Like, okay, is it Christianity? Is it Judaism? Is it Islam? And this is when it gets down to theology and doctrine and all of that. So once you get past that, that's when the arguments really kick in to which one do you believe in? Like are you cool with child abuse? Are you cool with beating your wife? Are you cool with killing homosexuals?
Slavery.
Are you cool with, you know, so once you get past that, that's when you get down to the brass tacks, bro. And that's what I'm fucking talking about. Like I
mean, yeah, I have no problem talking about, like, you know, specifically Islam or, you know, Judaism or Christianity or Hinduism or whatever it is. The point that I was just trying to get at is that when people are using arguments like the Kalam, cosmological, or, you know, arguments from natural theology is often what they're called, that doesn't inherently mean that they're arguing for any particular God. Now, that might be attached to those arguments, but those arguments on their own don't argue for any particular God.
No, but the
greater point is that I think too many people jump to assuming a God, even if that is the God that they believe in. They jump to addressing particularly that God, even if that might not be what the person was defending, or maybe they hadn't gotten that far yet.
What you're doing is you're pulling it out of context.
Hold on.
No, I'm not.
There's a context here. Yes, there is.
Hold on. Wait, here we go.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
No,
Leo.
Oh, me? You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So it's like all of that. I understand the philosophical argument with Kalam and all the directions that you can go or cannot go, or what you can do or can't do. But then once you get down to it, it's like, okay, now I accept general theism. This is now where we enter the fucked up shit, right? So that's my problem with that argument in and of itself, is even if we get somebody to that point, this is where we usher people into, oh, it's cool to treat people like this, and it's cool to treat your spouse or your children.
Yeah, I agree.
Things like this. So that's my whole thing with what Jake the Snake was talking about. Is it's a simple introduction for those that buy into it. It's a simple introduction into this is how you mistreat the human beings around you. That's my problem with the whole.
Yeah. I wasn't disagreeing with anything that you said. I was simply making the distinction that arguments for a deity and arguments for a religion are two separate arguments. They might correlate with one another, but they're separate categorizations of arguments.
Hey,
that was the only point.
Leo, I agree. I agree
hold
with
on,
that.
guys. Hold on. Someone has something in the
wait
background.
a minute, Bert. Wait a minute.
No,
wait a minute.
I can't hear. It's hard to hear, Peter. Please. Someone is playing something in the background, and it's hard to hear.
Yeah, Drace has an echo.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he's wearing headphones. Yeah,
okay,
Drace has an echo.
Oh, now that's better. Okay. Sorry, Drace.
I'm gonna put myself on mute.
So, Leo, what I wanted to say is, this whole show started with a video. That is a Muslim apologist.
Yes, it is.
So if he's using those arguments, it is step one in him making a case for his God.
Yes, it is.
Now you can separate the two in the context of what was shown earlier. You cannot separate the two. It is step one.
Why not?
Because it's step one of an apologist method.
Yeah.
So you have. So
the Kalam argument he presented is separate.
Leo,
from his
I finish for once, Leo? For once, can I just finish? I know you don't listen. You're just waiting to talk.
Well, no, that's not true. I mean, you wanted me.
Yes,
to
it
finish,
is. Because no,
it's all fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So this guy is using this to get a foot in for people to convert to Islam. And that's why you cannot separate the two. I'm with you that those are two separate things. One's philosophical and one has to do with the theology that follows. But if it is used as step one to get a foot in the door, you cannot separate the two. And that is the argument that Oz was making. It is step one of I think in this case, a horrific process that is going to follow, because it's not only that. There's also gaslighting. There's also ganging up on people. There's a lot more, but it is still step one of the process, and you can't separate it from that if you know what the process is.
Well, I mean, you can. It's step one.
You can't.
There's another step two. I mean, you're literally agreeing that natural theology and actual like theological arguments for a particular religion are separate, and then claiming that you can't separate them. You can't.
His goal is to get to the Abrahamic God.
Yes, but that doesn't mean the Kalam cosmological argument is Abrahamic.
I'm still not finished, and you're again interrupting. That's his goal. So he shouldn't have to go through all of these hoops to get there. He can just address the God that he's talking about.
Right, that makes no sense to me, because arguments like the Kalam cosmological argument, which aren't tied to any particular religion, are utilized to support some particular religion, but that doesn't make them a part of that religion's theology. The theological arguments are still separate from the philosophical arguments.
Yeah, you haven't been listening.
Well, I have. You just, I don't think, have made a strong case for the point that you're making.
Can you guys hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, so I wanted to throw something in there because I got to agree with Leo on this. Like
Uh-oh. At first, I thought we were in Speed's room because somebody was talking and then was immediately cut out.
Let's try this, Peter.
Quick, bring in Pat.
In the chat, Mark he made this point, so you can disagree or agree, whatever. He said, "I disagree. You must address the argument being presented and not your perceived interpretation of the persona's worldview." That's all Leo's saying.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that, like, Kalam cosmological arguments, ontological arguments, teleological arguments, what have you, do not depend on any one religion. Those are separate from arguments for a religion. They can be used in tandem with theological arguments, but there is no identity relation between the philosophical arguments and the theological arguments. There's no identity relation there.
Yeah, Kalam only gets you to monotheism. That's it.
Yes, you add on theological arguments that take the concept you've established with the philosophical arguments, and then you bring those concepts into the realm of theology and utilize that to demonstrate the existence of your particular God. But the philosophical arguments are not in any way intrinsically connected to the theological arguments.
Correct, and that I do agree with.
Yeah, and so, sorry, by the way, my net connection is just going to blow tonight. I guess it's going to kick me off from time to time.
Hello.
But yeah, so, I mean, like, that's essentially the point that I was going to try to make there before I crashed. It's just that it's fine. The step one is to get you out of atheism. And then from there, you use various theological arguments to get you to a particular kind of religion. Like, it is exactly at that point that the Christian would throw resurrection apologetics at you to start getting you toward Christianity rather than any other one. So that's why I would have to agree with Leo, even though Peter is right that ultimately the point is to get you to Islam for this particular.
Yeah, I mean, Peter's not wrong with what he's saying. The point is to get you to a particular religion, but the philosophical arguments, while a part of that, are not intrinsically tied to the theological arguments.
Right.
Word.
And that I agree with, yes.
And I also wanted to say to Sigifredo Sarabia, I'm not defending theism. I'm just making the point that this might not necessarily apply to anybody else in here, but I am a counter apologist, so it applies to me. I defend naturalism, and I view atheism as a philosophical position, the belief that God does not exist. I opt to provide rigorous philosophical defenses for that. So for me, it's not about defending theism. It's about taking theism seriously and addressing it as if it's something serious, so that I can actually, just a phrase that I've been using frequently tonight that I'm going to keep using, is to lay bare the arguments for theism and show why they don't work.
Right.
But you're only going to be able to do that if you can take your opponent's position seriously. If you don't, you're going to be overly dismissive of it, and you're going to skip over reasonable objections that you could bring. And that's the reason why I opted to take theism seriously, is because that allows me to analyze it more deeply and provide better objections to it that do more to move people to a position where perhaps they no longer adhere to these beliefs.
CG Fredo, you're misinterpreting everything he's saying. So we're anyway. That doesn't even make sense what you just said.
Is it too late for
Be
me
right back.
to say why we're even addressing Kalam? The first premise, there's no evidence.
So say
for
that,
it.
and then we're going to add in Pat.
And we got Oz back, and
the
then
second
we'll bring Pat back.
The second premise we already know is wrong. So why even go there? I don't see the use for that.
Well, let's just say that the argument is centuries and centuries and centuries old before modern science. So it's obvious to us that the argument's wrong from our modern perspective.
Right.
But of course, this is over 1,000 years old. This argument probably over 2,500 years old. So,
and the problem is this is a debate. So there's been objection after objection after objection after objection being given to all these various arguments. And what you have is you end up with a deep philosophical discussion about matters that mean something to people. And you have, if you want to provide reasonable responses to positions you disagree with, you need to be capable of providing rigorous arguments to demonstrate the invalidity of those positions.
Leo,
and another thing is that there's no
conversation.
There's not going to be any guarantee that the truth is going to be simple. Like, so
exactly.
Right. So it's basically like, I understand what you guys were saying before about why isn't God more obvious? It's a kind of argument from hiddenness, and I can take that, I can run with it. But at the same time, bracketing that issue, to complain about the complexities of things, you're not promised that the truth about the world is going to be something simple that you can figure out on a Friday night at the bar.
Can I give a quick analogy, Trace?
Go for it.
So it's like quantum field theory gives us very, very precise predictions and models for what reality fundamentally is and what reality fundamentally does. Does anybody here have any idea how complex quantum field theory is? Do you have any idea every fucking thing you need to learn before you even begin to get into the beginnings of the things that you need to learn before you start learning the other stuff that you need to learn before you get into the mathematics that underlies the more advanced mathematics that underlies the physics that you need to learn before you get into quantum field theory? The fact that it's complex and advanced and you got all this stuff involved in explaining what's going on does not in any way invalidate the validity of what is being explained. I feel that people look at theism that way. Well, these arguments are complex and it shouldn't be complex. But that sometimes that's just the nature of truth. If we want to dig down to the truth, we got to get into the nitty gritty of what it is we're talking about.
I have an inkling of how
Leo's final statement. Randolph, say your statement. Then we're adding Pat.
I have an inkling of how complicated it is, but only an inkling because I used to run a troll account on Google Plus that was faking being a quantum physicist. And oh man, it is one heck of a deep rabbit hole. To study little bits and pieces to try to come up with something that
and we'll go back into
there's always a quantum chance that could be true one day.
Let's bring Pat in, guys. Let's bring Pat in. He's been waiting back there a long time.
And so we're going to be doing some switching. And Pat, we have been midnight ranting on is atheism absurd? How are you, and what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, as an atheist, I don't think my position's absurd. I think it's just, a demonstrably rational position. I do, having watched the debate, I want to make the comment. I think it's great that you're going through a philosophical construct on, both the problems and I guess you would say strengths of something like Kalam. But, this was approached as a debate. And if a debate is between you and an opponent, whether or not the opponent's present or not, you don't get to define your opponent's position in a debate unless they acquiesce to that allowance. So to say what an atheist is when the atheist doesn't agree to it is to defeat yourself in your own argumentation at the outset. So why we can spend the next, I don't know, 2.5 hours talking about Kalam when someone presented a false position or a position that wasn't affirmed by the other party, the argument fails at its outset. And that's what I thought was more important than anything else when we discuss this type of debate or apologetic attempt to undermine our position.
That's a good point.
Yeah, beautifully said.
Thank you so very much, Pat. And yeah, it's basically a straw man position. And what it also is trying to do, in my opinion, is draw a wedge between atheists. Because in my opinion, atheists tend to be very big tent. We're cats. We tend to be naturally accepting of, avant-garde views, and we don't have a theology.
Can I ask the panel a quick question?
Sure. So
so I'm
just going to say this. So you're going to ask the question. We're going to have a little bit of conversation for a second, and then I'm going to switch me and get Amaretto in.
So is there anybody else on the panel here that would consider themselves a naturalist? And so by naturalist, I mean somebody who believes that the natural world is all which exists.
A methodological naturalism.
No. Yeah. Methodological naturalism is not a position. It's literally just, in some senses, a philosophical euphemism for scientific methodologies. Naturalism is construed as a philosophical position where one believes that the natural world is all that exists, that the supernatural, the mystical, the magical is unreal.
By natural world, you mean the whole cosmos, right?
So when I say natural world, I mean the whole of physical space-time reality and all which is extended into it or through it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be a naturalist.
I'd fit that.
Yeah.
That position.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's why I say hashtag Jesus is a myth.
And I'm a functional naturalist.
I mean, magical Jesus is a myth, but I'm sure there was probably a guy there. There seems to have been a guy there.
There are many guys named Jesus.
Well, yeah, but his name wouldn't have actually been Jesus.
You know what I mean? Quit.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No pun intended.
This is kind of why.
A little bit pun intended.
This is kind of why I wanted to discuss what makes an argument sufficient, or what is sufficiency.
Well, see, I think it depends on validity and soundness.
I hadn't finished. This is why I wanted to argue what sufficiency is, because in some sense that is a subjective criteria, and I think we need to recognize that, because that feeds nicely in with the absurd. And
it's not a term that's used in philosophy.
I hadn't finished. Just let me get to the end of what I'm saying, and then I'll say you now, Leo. Okay. So what I'm saying is that why I wanted to discuss sufficiency is because I think that illustrates why the burden is so much lower for claims which are less expensive in this respect, right? In that it does seem to me that if you're going to claim the universe exists and everything is natural, that's fine. And you may then make further claims upon that. And that seems to me what the theists are doing. They're saying, look, yes, I can see the natural world, and here is what I consider an explanation. And it's something other than, which actually in itself needs an explanation. And so that's why I think that the burden is higher for a theist than it would necessarily be for an atheist. Okay.
So I don't know what it means to say that an argument is sufficient. I suppose in some sense an argument could be considered sufficient, but it all depends on the kind of argument you have. A deductive argument is either valid, or really you could say they can be valid or they can be invalid. They can be sound or they can be unsound. If an argument is sound, it also has to be valid. Validity is where the conclusion logically draws from the premises, even if the premises aren't true. It's more that if the premises were true, the conclusion would necessarily follow, but the premises might not actually be true. That's a valid argument, like the Kalam cosmological argument. It's valid. A sound argument is an argument that is valid. The conclusion logically draws from the premises, but the premises are also actually true. So deductive arguments are construed in terms of validity and soundness.
Jesus Christ.
Inductive arguments are more along the lines of cogency. It's either it's cogent or it's non-cogent. The other thing you said was about the something about the standard for atheism being lower than what it is for theism, or something along those lines.
That doesn't address what I was saying, but carry on.
Well, I guess then I don't know what you were saying. I thought you were talking about the sufficiency of arguments, and I was explaining why to speak of arguments in terms of sufficiency doesn't make sense.
And Jesus,
I didn't say sufficiency in that context, right? I'm saying that the level.
Well, so then what do you mean?
The level of sufficiency.
What? Right? So what do you mean when you?
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
I mean, I need him to define what he means by sufficiency, or I'm not going to understand what he's saying.
It would help, Leo, if you let him finish and don't over.
Yeah, but if he finishes without defining the word that he's using, I'm not going to know what he's saying when he finishes.
No,
right?
Peter,
let him finish first.
No.
Peter,
Jesus, Lord! If I let him finish, but I don't understand the word he's using, I'm not going to understand what he's saying.
So everybody, chill out. I don't think anybody knows what line of thinking either of you are going down right now. We started talking about the Islamic argument and is atheism bullshit or whatever, like, and all of a sudden we're here. So Amy, where would you like to take this?
I can bring us back on topic, and then I'm going to bring in Amaretto. There you go.
Can I make a quick point?
No, you can, because in a second I'm going to be switched out with Amaretto, so the whole floor will be yours. But what
I can switch out instead of you.
No. That's fine. Normally, one of the things I heart you, Randolph. But one of the things that reminds me of, this long, slow burn to getting to what they actually means. It reminds me of Scientology. Is that Scientology? If they gave you the top tiers right away, you'd be like, this is bullshit. There's what? But what they have to do is they got to start like real ground level. They got to be like, no. What? Xenu? That's all the people were saying. No, this is a self-help book. We're just here to help you, and we're into science, and you could be any religion. They also say that, which is a funny claim. They're like, you could be whatever, enjoy it, and we'll love it. And then slowly, with each tier, it gets to the point where it's like, no. You need to understand. Xenu is coming. It is time to, but by then you're like, I have $200,000. I have, my whole family is into this, and it's like, does anyone, I guess, see the analogy that I'm trying to draw here, which is basically it has to be the roller coaster, because if they just sold you the product up front, you'd never buy it.
Yeah. So what Amy just displayed to everybody and communicated is 100% true. It's all bullshit.
It's all bullshit. And okay,
what Amy said is all bullshit. Yes.
Gosh.
I don't know if that conversation on philosophy went much further. I was going to start going back to church.
Yeah.
Well,
church.
Incidentally,
and
Bulls were first.
I'm not going to believe in God anymore.
Hold on, go to Amy.
And before anyone makes any more points, I'm actually going to switch
while Amaretto
out.
speaks. So you can be here while she speaks. Just switch me out.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
I knew. That's why I didn't ask about James, because I knew if I asked about James, everyone would be like, no, do me instead. Also, hot. First of all, God damn it. Oh,
Newman, focus.
Number
one, I do like being on my knees.
Before Randolph goes, I've been trying to address you on this point for most of the time, or since I first came in. And I really, really want to talk to you on this point, Randolph, because I think it's key to understanding
I was going to switch me out.
Why hard atheism is not some extreme burden or
Simon,
anything like that.
Can we talk about that after Amaretto gets a chance to introduce herself?
Yeah, in fact, that's why I'm good. I just got coffee. I'm doing good. Let's coffee. I know. Let me. Will you just?
Amy,
okay.
what time zone are you in?
I am in Eastern
Newman, focus.
I'm in Eastern
Newman,
Standard
listen to
Time.
me.
Jesus,
You're an adult.
Jesus, you're in Eastern. Jesus.
Jesus.
I'm supposed to be up in 3.5 hours, but I'll
She's
only
a
be up
night
for
owl.
half an hour so I can go back
Why
to
aren't
sleep.
you
It won't be a
confused?
big
Didn't
deal.
say Middle East. No.
The funny thing, when lay people like normally say Jesus Christ or something like my Lord and Savior, I always say yes, my child.
Damn it.
I just and okay, Amaretto, we have been midnight ranting on
Amaretto
is
by morning.
atheism absurd? Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a theist. It's amazing.
Well, maybe. We don't know.
Amaretto, how are you? And what are your thoughts about
You're
the
on mute.
subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
You're on mute.
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
We're gonna do jazz hands.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like trying to adjust something. Yeah.
That's
what she said.
Oh,
God
oh my
damn it,
gosh.
Ozzy, you
I'm
asshole.
like, Amy, tap me in. They're talking inductive versus deductive arguments. I just learned about this past year. Oh my gosh. It's not absurd. I think what's absurd is the approach that a lot of people take where it's my way or the highway. They act like it's, anybody else that disagrees with them is wrong. They have to be right. People don't like to be wrong. The mass majority of people don't like to be wrong. They feel it's, they don't like to be made to feel like they're lesser than people, like they're stupid. They don't want to basically, I mean, there's a kink for that, but.
I know, trust me.
Listen, I want to be a bimbo with a PhD. It's good to have goals. But I think that you have to be able to push some of that aside when you're having, conversations about these kind of topics. Because if you're not open to receiving new information, I feel that you're not really going to learn anything. You have to kind of push back some of these innate, fears of seeming stupid and stuff like that. Your pride. And yeah, I am a theist, but I also value science, and I also value proof. I think that I earlier there was a bit of chat about bad evidence. I think there can be bad evidence, but just because it's for a position you disagree with doesn't make it bad evidence. I think what makes something bad evidence when it doesn't actively contribute to your argument, to your point. If it's, you can try and fit a puzzle piece together, but sometimes you can't get a square peg in a round hole. If what you're using as evidence is, not supporting your argument, well, I'd say, yeah, that's bad evidence for that argument. So that's just kind of a little bit of my thoughts on it. I think, even though I'm a theist, I do support, what Mr. Richardson's trying to do. I support normalizing atheism. I think as far as spirituality, beliefs and stuff like that, I mean, I don't think it should be held against anybody. I'm very against Christofascism that I'm seeing here in America. And
Ditto.
yeah, as a theist, it's, where I find it very disheartening. Because I think, especially here in America, where it was religious freedom is a thing, it's, oftentimes it's religious freedom for me, and you have to go with what it's my way or the highway. I disagree with that. I don't believe in making public policy off of, just purely on the basis of religion. The exception I will say is if your religion is causing you to basically champion, people that need help, the poor, LGBT people, anybody who's discriminated against, people of color. So, you know what? That I will say, if your faith is leading you to do that, good for you. But part of the reason, I don't agree with President Biden on a lot of things, but being from the state where Mr. Biden lives, I'm from Delaware. One of the things I can respect about Mr. Biden is, you know, they are Catholic, which is anti-abortion, but he's separated. That he says, I cannot, you know, I am. This is my faith, but he's not going to make public policy based upon just that, you know. And I'm probably fumbling the words a little bit, but that's the general TLDR, and I have respect for them for that. I think that's how a lot more theistic politicians and people in our country should be. We should be looking from things from, is it, you know, a good moral standpoint, just in general. I don't think you need, you know, theology to be moral. I don't think you need God, like a God to be moral. But if that's something that helps you and it doesn't hurt anybody else, party the fuck on. I'll go cast a magic circle while you're taking, you know, the blood and the body of Christ, and Amy will just be playing computer games and saying, what the fuck are these people doing?
Yep.
But yeah, that's just my general point. So I think everything, you know, it should definitely be normalized. I think acceptable. I think spiritualism should be, you know, I'm pagan Wicca. We were kind of like, for the longest time in the past 20 years, even still, like there's a lot of people who are like, what the fuck is this shit? But they're Christians who, again, you know, magic in the church, technically, yeah. And they think like, you know, prayer is good, but they think like casting a spell, which is in essence a form of prayer, I would say, is nuts. And so, you know, it doesn't feel good to have like anything you believe in, like, be ridiculed, and, you know, to also be like felt to be othered for it. And knowing how I had a small taste of that, I mean, I'm figuring for the fact that, Randolph, you have a whole organization based around this, that you've probably received a decent amount of grief for it. And I'm figuring a whole bunch of you probably have as well. I know, coming from a very theistic background, Oz, like that's, you know, I empathize with that. I don't know exactly your experiences, but like I can definitely, that's where I form this position from. It's, at the end of the day, it's like people matter. So that's just kind of my thoughts on it.
Yay.
Can I ask you a quick question?
I agree. People.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
When you say bad evidence, what do you mean by bad evidence?
Well, I mean, it's like, if it's not supporting your argument, it's bad evidence for that argument. But I you know, that's just kind of more so, I guess, kind of what I think of it. But it, you know, it has to support, evidence is, you know, for something or against something is supposed to support a position of that. Mm-hmm. So for me, and I'm not saying like it's bad evidence towards like, you know, anything. I'm just saying, like, if it doesn't support your argument, it's not really good evidence to use for your argument. So, I mean, if we're going to go in a black and white, you know, a binary, well, if it's not good evidence and it supports your thing, well, it's bad evidence.
So how would you define evidence?
So I think evidence has to contribute to your thesis, your hypothesis.
Can I provide a definition and see if you agree with it?
Before you do, I just want to point out that in order for it to be at least, well, from my view, at least some form of evidence which is good, it must also contradict the counter argument. And if your evidence supports both a contradictory argument, right, then it's not evidence for any one position. So it's not enough to say it just supports your argument. It must also, at the same time, discontinue.
I don't know if I would agree with that. I mean, if I told you, I mean, if you heard, if you saw me walking down, so I'll get to that in a second because I want to finish what I was doing with Amaretto. So I want to provide a definition of evidence and see if you agree with it. Evidence is that which confers justification for some belief, proposition, or what have you.
Hold on, can you repeat that again?
So evidence would be that which confers justification for some belief or proposition.
Give me 2 seconds. I just want to make sure. Okay. So it grants or, okay, confer. I had to double check the definition on that.
Oh, yeah. Something that just gives justification for something. And I would, just to clarify, I would define justification as a reasoned conclusion or reasoned support for some statement or some proposition that is made.
Yeah, I could.
So the reason I ask is because it seems to me that if something is bad evidence, then it isn't evidence at all. Because if it doesn't indicate the truth, if it doesn't confer justification to the proposition or the belief, then me personally, I understand it might be a little bit pedantic, but it just the bad evidence thing. I hear that I don't.
Well, to me, it's like bad evidence is equivalent to not being evidence at all.
Yeah. So to me, I would just say it's not. Either you have evidence or you don't. It's not about whether it's.
I just think it's you gotta. I think we're coming down to more like linguistic.
Yes.
Stylings. I think from my, definition, like I equivalate bad evidence to not being evidence for bad evidence for a thesis as to not being evidence for it, because if it's not supporting it, it's but I also think I think it also depends a little bit more on the realm of science that we're talking about as well, because I think when you're talking about psychology and psychiatry, things can get a little bit more blurred because just of the nature of it.
And how does all of this make atheism bullshit?
Wait, who said atheism was bullshit?
Yeah, who said atheism was bullshit?
But I did want to respond to what Simon said, because I don't think that evidence has to necessarily contradict other particular contentions. If I was walking down the street and you heard a metallic jingling in my pocket, that is evidence for both that there could be coins in my pocket and that there could be, say, nails or washers in my pocket. So it is. So you can have something that's evidence for more than one thing. It's when you make a particular claim or a specific claim to something. Now, if you said it is 100% quarters in my pocket, you wouldn't have evidence for. I mean, you would have some evidence for that, but you don't have evidence.
Hang on.
That would be more of a hypothesis at that point. That's your hypothesis.
Yeah, okay, so those are not contradictory arguments. So if you say there's a jingling in my pocket and it supports the thesis that there are quarters in my pocket and there are no quarters in my pocket, that would be bad evidence, right? The jingling.
I wouldn't really consider that bad evidence.
No. If it supported both hypotheses, right? That's what I'm saying. It only works with contradictory statements. Right? If you say I have evidence for X statement which is true, and that evidence also supports the evidence that it's false, then that is still evidence. It's just not evidence for either of those positions.
Well, I mean, it is. It indicates. It's more of an inclusive or when it indicates the positions is all.
That's not something you can use as like a main, point of evidence. And this is the thing too.
Well, yeah. See, that's the difference. Evidence doesn't mean confirmation, and I think we're getting tied up that so it's not confirmation that it's quarters in my pocket, but it's evidence that there's quarters in my pocket.
I didn't say anything about confirmation.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that evidence doesn't need to defeat some other proposition to be evidence for some given proposition.
In order for it to be
that would be confirmation that needs to do that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I could kind of see it both ways.
If you have two contradictory statements, right, and then if you say, well, I've got evidence for the one side of that statement, but it also supports the other side of the statement, then I don't see how either statement could be confirmed using that evidence.
Well, and it's tough because too you have to remember that depending on where you're at in the world and your culture or what culture you're in and around,
they're contradictory
that can affect what somebody would you're going to be making assumptions based upon your culture. So that's kind of where I'm like,
Can I ask you a question, Simus?
They're contradictory statements, is what I'm pointing to.
Yeah. So can I ask you a question about that? So, well, I'm going to take the example that I was using further. You see me walking down the street, you hear a metallic jingling in my pocket, but then suppose you see me standing on the corner waiting for the light to change, and you see that there's circular objects in my pocket. So we've eliminated that it could be like nails or screws or like, bolts or jewelry or something like that. It's something round and flat. Is that evidence that it's coins in my pocket? I would say yes.
Yeah, but that misses the point of what I was saying.
And
in what way?
Come on, guys. Let's
guys, so
I'm saying jingling supports
Hold on.
neither the proposition that it does or does not. If you have a statement that says actually this jingling supports that there are no coins in your pocket.
Well, that wouldn't actually be a
Hold on,
proposition
guys.
that it
Amy needs
supports.
to do
Would you
her
say
thing. Pause.
Well, I think Oz I think is about to leave, so I want to make sure he does his outro because he was our awesome special guest host of the night, and we are actually. Oh, he said, "Don't worry about it." Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Sounds good. Well, then I just want to send Oz love. So thank you so much, Oz, for being on. It was a pleasure, like always. And go check out Tart.live and the entire Atheist Network group and everything that they were doing over there. And go check out Shane the Skeptic on the EA show, which we had linked earlier, or you could just look it up and you'll find it. It's a great episode, so go check out all that content and more to come. So sending love from Oz, and Oz is sending love to everyone else. And okay, we're actually coming up on hour 4, so we'll do this for possibly a little longer, but then we're probably going to start outros.
Amy, can I try and help out Simus with one thing?
I want you to know that that sentence that you just said is becoming to terrify me. Like, I'm okay with you trying to do whatever you're about to say, probably, but let me just tell you, I think what Simus tried to say is about evidence. I'd like to quote a good friend of mine, Arn Ra, who has made the following statement: evidence is a series of verifiable facts that are either directly indicative of or exclusively concordant with one hypothesis over any other. So if you have evidence for 2 different hypotheses, it's not evidence.
So wait, hold on. Can I ask you a quick question then? No, seriously. Can I ask you a question?
No.
Not my position either, Peter.
So, Peter, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Is the cosmic microwave background evidence for the Big Bang?
No one knows that.
Pat.
I'm not a cosmologist, so from the little knowledge that I have about that, it seems to be, yeah.
Good night, Pat.
Okay. So, but the thing is the traditional Big Bang model is not cyclic. You can have a cosmic microwave background in a cyclic universe, so it's evidence for both. So is it now not evidence for a Big Bang because it's evidence for both? Because no cosmologist would agree with that.
Leo, this is your problem.
Bye,
you don't listen. Any part of the tiny sentence that I said, I'm not a cosmologist, escape you? Do I need to?
Well, no, but we're not talking about cosmology. I'm asking you because you made the statement essentially that if you have some data that supports 2 separate hypotheses, it isn't evidence for either. But I just presented you with a piece of data that you admitted is evidence for the Big Bang, but it could also be true under a different model. So now I'm asking you, is it actually evidence for the Big Bang?
Okay, can I answer? I clarified before answering that I'm not qualified to give this answer. How do I make this clear to you?
Well, I mean, it is evidence for the Big Bang.
How
It's
do
what we
how
would
do I make
expect,
this?
yeah.
How do I make
Nightbird.
it clear to you that I'm not qualified to give you that particular answer because I'm not a cosmologist?
That's
Ask
still
me a
not
different question.
the point. Anyway, I
No,
wanted
if
to
I
get
can't,
back
if I
to what I
can't,
was talking about
if
with
I can't,
Simos, if I may.
if I can't give an informed answer, I can't give an informed answer. You can ask me the question, you're still not going to get an informed answer because I'm not a cosmologist.
Look,
you could be
So, Simos, quick question: if so, now suppose that you see me cross the light changes and I can walk across the street, and I go into the store and I pull coins out of my pocket. Is that evidence that there were coins in my pocket?
Yeah.
Okay, so you heard a jingling in my pocket, and you're stating that it wasn't evidence that there were coins in my pocket, but there were in fact coins in my pocket. Would you still make that statement?
That is not.
Well, that's what I took away from what you said, is that the jingling in my pocket can't be evidence for coins because it supports
Leo,
both the
let
proposition
Simons
that there
finish.
are coins and that there are not coins in my pocket, so it can't be
let
evidence for
Simon
either.
finish, man. Come
Well,
on.
I didn't get to finish what I was
You
saying.
asked him a question and then overtalked his answer.
Well, no, and
You're
then clarified
Dawkins,
further.
dude.
No, I clarified further. That happens in discussions all the time.
Okay, so all I'm really pointing out again is that in the case of contradictory arguments, right, an argument which is directly contradictory to the proposition that you're putting forward, okay, I think if you claim that a particular evidence is supportive or shows that is true, okay, if it is also the case that the contradictory argument uses that same evidence to show that it is true, okay, then logically there's an issue, correct?
Okay, and would you say that then it can't be evidence for either, since those are contradictory statements?
Not good evidence for either.
Well, so I don't know what you mean by good evidence. What's the difference between good evidence and bad evidence?
I've just given you a criteria. If it supports contradictory hypothesis, then it can't be, in my view, good evidence. It would therefore.
Well, what is good evidence?
It would be bad.
Which is what I just read out.
Contradictory hypothesis.
Wait, what?
It supports contradictory hypothesis.
Okay.
Okay, that's the definition.
Yeah,
Leo,
so wait,
if you had Leo, if in your other pocket you had a bunch of keys that were jingling,
hang on, Peter.
and that is what Simons
This
heard.
is not helping at all.
Then you pull.
You're changing my scenario, so it doesn't matter. So the point that I'm getting at is that I actually had coins in my pocket, but the argument that Simons is presenting is that because I heard jingling and because that could support the hypothesis that it's coins in my pocket, but it could also support the hypothesis that it's washers in my pocket, but it could also support the hypothesis that it's nails in my pocket. So he's saying that because this evidence supports the hypothesis that it is coins and the hypothesis that it's not coins, it can't be good evidence for either. But number one, I don't know what good evidence is, and number two, that's just not true. It is evidence for all of them.
So can I just
those are
coins in my pocket for you.
Those are
So
not
I think-
contradictory hypotheses. What you are
Yeah, so
offering me
I think
are not
what's-
contradictory hypotheses.
Look, what I think
I'm
Simons,
confused.
Yeah, so what I think Simons is trying to say
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
Yes, some words are not helping.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
Thank you, Darth.
So,
and okay, guys, I want to ask Simos. You said you wanted to ask Randolph questions. Were the questions anything that were atheism related?
They kind of were really. It is something about Hitchens razor and what.
Sure. So let's ask that, and then we'll probably switch into outros.
I have one too, real quick for Randolph, and it's super fast afterwards.
Sure.
After he's done, if I could.
I'd also like to hear what Drace has got to say on the last point, but
I just
that
wanted
sound?
to really quick, just throw out there because I think that there's just a miscommunication going on because what Simos seems to be saying to me is that like evidence would support a hypothesis over its negation. So the proper scenario there would be like you're walking down the street and you either have coins in your pocket or you don't have coins in your pocket, and that's what you're trying to test. So I mean, like the jingling and everything like that would support the hypothesis that you do over the negation that you don't. Now, that doesn't mean that evidence can't support a number of different varying hypotheses that aren't mutually inconsistent with one another, like a Big Bang versus a cyclic universe Big Bang. So I think that that's where your miscommunication is going on. That's just what I'm taking from it.
Well, that would just be a confirmation of what I said. That,
and I think, to my point, like some of what your hypotheses about what is in the pocket, some of those kind of questions are going to be based upon the culture you're in and what is a cultural norm, like carrying coins.
Well, yes, but that would just be adding things onto the scenario that I proposed that weren't original to it. I mean, obviously the example I gave was contrived, but that stuff was not relevant to the point that I was getting at is that you can have something that serves as evidence for more than one hypothesis. That doesn't inherently mean that any one of the other hypotheses is negated. It doesn't mean that any one of those hypotheses is true over the others. Like I said, when you see that the objects that are jingling around, that now you can rule out something like nails or screws or jewelry. It's further evidence that it's coins, but you still haven't established that. And that's where I made the distinction between evidence and confirmation.
Sure. I don't think that you and Simos are disagreeing with one another when you make those respective points. I think that Simos is really concentrating on a hypothesis versus its negation, and you're talking more toward the line of, you have multiple different hypotheses.
Yeah.
And
each one is more likely than its negation, but is each one more likely than the other? And those are two completely different questions.
Yeah. And so that's why I think that maybe you guys are talking past one another, because it seems like you're both emphasizing both of those respective points and like ending up in a debate about it when you're not really disagreeing.
And one of the things is that the existence or the presence of nails in my pocket over coins, if it was nails and was not coins, would the proposition that it is not coins would be subalternated by that, but that wouldn't be the primary proposition that one is seeking to refute necessarily. So and that's where the distinction between the evidence supporting each individual hypothesis over its negation, but not supporting any one of the hypotheses over another. And like I said, those are not the same.
Woohoo! And okay, with that, you guys said you wanted to. I think we have 2 sets of questions, and then we're moving into outros.
All I wanted to ask real quick was for Randolph. What have you found, since you're pretty experienced at this, what have you found is the most effective technique for helping people out of the cult of, especially Christianity, but in any religion? Like street epistemology or like all kinds of different times. What's the most effective one you found? Or maybe
we might have got him the one time that he got AFK.
That's okay.
Woohoo! Sending love out to you, big screen bird.
I said he was going to be asleep.
He end up falling asleep on us. That's okay. Well, that's
Amy, can I answer that question? Because I've been doing conversation with theists a lot. I think street epistemology might be the best method to use, if done right.
That's what I found too, honestly. It is good, but yeah, I do agree it's the most effective.
And okay, with that, unless Randolph is gonna wake up, we gave it our best. But I
think Randolph fell asleep.
He might have fallen asleep. That's okay.
I probably bored him to death.
Honestly, come on. It's only 4:30 in the morning here. Come on,
It's
whatever.
3:36 here. I got to be up in 3 hours.
Amy, I told you I wasn't going to stay until 5 a.m. again, and look what's happening.
I'll quickly point out that
that explains why you have no capacity to focus.
Yeah,
Focus.
I'll quickly point out that this probably means Randolph is lying on his couch.
He's orchestrated it all. He's the grandfather of atheism. He
stole Gavin's pants. That's what happened. He stole them.
Writing this. That's a rejected. Okay.
Right, better run, or he'll steal your pants. You better hide your pants.
Someone got a Gavin in here.
And okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have been midnight ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? And we are moving into our woohoo!
I don't want to like interject, but I don't have to give an outro, but I am going to take off now because I need to get to bed.
That sounds good. Leo, it was a
Leo.
pleasure
Peace out,
having
guys.
you on as always.
Much love, everybody. Be well.
Take care.
Oh, I need where's my
Good night.
brushie?
Later, Leo.
And okay, we're starting. Amaretto, you were the last to come in, so you're the first to start with us. We've been midnight ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's a fun time staying up till 5 in the morning. We literally talked about this earlier tonight. We failed. We failed. Yeah, no, atheism isn't absurd, and it shouldn't be looked at as absurd. Not to like basically rewind the track, but yeah, I don't think, coming from a position as a theist, that we should be discriminating against people because of their lack of a formal religion or their lack of a belief. I think especially in terms of a subject like this, there's still a lot about the world and the universe that we don't know. And I think to say, that you have it all figured out, like even me as a theist, I don't think I have it all figured out. I don't think any one religion probably has it all right.
The Bible tells us
that linens matter. That's what the Bible tells us.
This young skull full of mush thinks he's so smart. He thinks he was I mean, he was a train wreck.
I'm the best train wreck. You can't look away. But
right now, you have spiritual rabies.
Gladly, I'll be foaming at the mouth shortly.
And then she'll bite you, and then you'll get rabies.
Listen, I'm a sadist for a reason, mister. But a lot of my stuff is more socio-political. I'm the social justice rogue. Or if you play Final Fantasy 14, I'll be your social justice astrologian because tarot is cool. But
why are you acting like a snot-nosed 16-year-old?
Because I am one inside.
Okay, fuck off, Mr. 30-year-old. You're done.
I'll take you calling me 32. Listen, I'm older. Once you get old. Oof. But I'm more, again, on the leftist socio-political shit. I'm on my bullshit throat on it at Amaretto Kitten on Twitter. Just not having...
She doesn't have the stamina.
Oh, that's totally wrong. I gotta keep this safe for work now. I'm getting into territory.
You need tremendous stamina.
Then let's get Amy on her knees. Good night.
Number one, I do like being on my knees.
God damn it. Thank you so very much. And with that, we are moving on to Simos. And thank you, Amaretto. We have Simos. We have been midnight ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much for having me on once again. I love absurdity. My favorite artist is Salvador Dali. And I like absurdity because it's bending reality, but not breaking it. And that to me is an essential part of life because that's what allows you to know that your mind is open, is that when you are open to these ideas which just bend what you previously believed, then at least you are examining what you believe. And I think that's always a healthy thing to do. Plus, it's a life goal for me. So I think those points are great. Embrace absurdity, I would say. And maybe that's just a cultural thing for me. I don't know, but I still think it's important. I think also one man's magic is another woman's chocolate. It's a nice phrase, which I think nicely represents what I think about magic. And then the third thing was thank you to Drace as well. I appreciate someone like rephrasing what I'm saying, because sometimes I can be a little bit convoluted. So thank you for being accurate.
No problem.
And that I have a Formula One podcast, which I do normally Mondays after races with a fantastic guy called Fabio. And
and then for the Hotspurs, right?
I also do Daisy content.
Hotspurs. Hotspurs.
What about Hotspurs?
You do podcasts about it too, right?
No.
Thomas, give us a prediction for Monaco.
For Monaco, I'm going with Lewis. Because Sir Lewis Hamilton. And
is Max going to get his first podium in Monaco? Yes or no?
I don't think so. No. Mainly because they won't be able to use their special weapon, which of course is a bendy wing. But anyway, that's that. I don't want to go down that road because it gets very boring for everybody. But there you go. Okay, so thank you very much, Amy. I really appreciate it. My channel is, of course, Simon Spunk, and you can catch me there doing Daisy and Formula One and other stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Simos.
Thank you so very much,
fucker off my screen, please? Can someone get this ugly fucker off my screen, please?
Okay, thank you so very much, Simos. Great having you on. And we are moving on to Love Guides the Wise. We have been midnight ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
Can't really find me anywhere except on, I guess, like Discord and YouTube channels like this, just making random comments to try to understand how to help people as best as possible and allow us all to get along better. But I think this was a great show, and I definitely enjoyed it. I'll be back for sure, and I appreciate all the good discussion and fun thoughts that we've had. I appreciate all the excellent back and forth, and that we don't go too crazy. And like some places just yell over each other, so I appreciate not being like that.
We try not to.
Yeah, of course it's going to get a little heated sometimes, but I love the discussion, so that's awesome. But all I was going to say is that if you guys haven't heard of Pine Creek, he's an excellent watch for atheists, like just one of the best atheists at helping people understand the simple, obvious truth that Christianity is ridiculous and all the other religions are ridiculous. But if you haven't, he also has a really interesting video called There's No Good Arguments for Atheism. And it actually is obviously we're atheists, but it's a very legit good watch. So if you want to check that out, I definitely 100% agree with all that. So yeah, I'll be back.
Thank you so very much. And if I may sign so, I'm new to just finding out who Pine Creek is, even though I've been in this community a little while. But I'm falling in love really quickly. I would say that beyond odds,
Amy.
I have never seen someone that use the Socratic method. He almost dances with them. It's so weird. He gets to the point where he's like if with other atheists, he almost gets to the point where he has asked the Christians so many questions that he's like, oh no, I'm on the Christian. Trust me, buddy, I'm on your side. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Amy, quick question. Have you seen the conversation that Pine Creek had with Canadian Catholic?
Oh, what a great recent one. That's a good one.
Yes, isn't that recent? Yes, I've only seen a few of his, but it was that. I'm trying to think who else.
The Darth Dawkins guy, isn't it? Is that Darth's buddy?
The one Pine Creek used the my relative could fly across the Grand Canyon, and that was an awesome conversation, and that's going to make Canadian Catholics think a lot.
I agree, because these are the precepts. They're not used to. I have never seen all the atheists. We all think in our head how we want to, I don't know, to cut through the bullshit. I've never seen someone cut through the bullshit. And I'll give you guys the answer, which Pine Creek gives very simply. Just take their religion. Argue their religion. They don't want to argue it. Just sit there. Just talk nothing about Christianity. If they're a Christian, nothing about Islam. They're and apparently, and when I mean talk about it, just ask questions. Just ask polite, but very specific and pointed. In Tangelo, Canadian Catholic, they gave their hearts out and gave all of their beliefs and things, of which I've never seen them do so candidly and so without a filter. And it was just because of the way that Pine Creek just very honestly just went question after question after question. And because they weren't feeling like they were being attacked, and they were feeling they actually answered it. Is that inaccurate?
Oh, yeah. Interview.
Exactly.
It was great.
Interview more.
Yes, and because of that, I mean, the thing with Canadian Catholic, I mean, he made Canadian Catholic an atheist for like an hour. I'm still trying to understand that conversation.
Could he make Darth an atheist for an hour?
I don't know. See,
I'm not going to believe in God anymore. I'm not going to believe in God anymore.
I guess he did. Okay.
There we go. And okay, thank you so much, very much. Love guys the wise. And we're moving on. Drace, we have been Midnight Ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I know, this has been a great conversation.
New voices,
Great to see new voices. I hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Thanks. I did have a good time. You can't find me anywhere. I try to play hide and seek with the world, not too much for the limelight, so I tend to just stick by myself. But occasionally I come in streams like this just to have a conversation. My closing thoughts with respect to the video. So you guys call him Jake the Snake, is that right?
I think that's a nickname for him.
Nickname. Okay, so I'll call him Jake, and I mean, like, so some closing remarks to Jake in case he comes across this video and checks it out. I sympathize with him about wanting people to have a burden of proof, like in the sense that I appreciate when a person has a positive conception of life, like when they have ideas about the way that the world is. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to. It's just that I appreciate when people do. And so I can understand his frustration that there are many, what he would refer to as agnostics in the atheist community, where he starts asking, okay, well, how do you understand things? And most people will respond, I don't have a positive conception. I'm just saying that yours doesn't make any sense. And I can see where he starts to get frustrated about that, because he's seeking an alternative point of view that he too can sink his teeth into. And so with respect to that, I would just tell him that that case that he's looking for, the quote unquote positive atheist case, is found in the literature. All he has to do is keep digging. So some books about it you can find, like The Improbability of God, The Cambridge Companion to Atheism, Atheism, A Philosophical Justification. This is all the philosopher Michael Martin. You could head over to Ted Drange for Non-Belief in Evil. The Wisdom to Doubt by John Schellenberg. There are many, many, many arguments put forward in support of positive atheism, way beyond the problem of evil, that he can find if he simply continues to look for it. And closing on his argument, I'm somebody who buys into the first premise of the Kalam. I think that there is a causal principle, and I'm going to hold out for a causal interpretation of quantum mechanics. But his objection about quantum vacuums and it not being nothing is to miss the point, like Leo was saying. Even if it wasn't nothing, the point that they are making is that it's still an acausal occurrence. So that would not defeat his point. And I don't agree with Jake about what he says in terms of infinites and how they're impossible. I think that's a misapplication of infinites and trying to apply finite arithmetic operations onto the infinite, which I think is a no-go, which is what Georg Cantor told us when he came up with set theory. And I don't think that the explanation that Jake offers us in terms of it being a God really makes sense as an explanation. They don't have a mechanism to explain how God does that. They do not. God is a mind, a supernatural mind, something that's fundamentally distinct from the natural world. And so there's this question of how it is that the supernatural and the natural can causally interact with one another. And there's never any answer given to that. And so there's a lot of problems, I think, with the argument that he's put forward. And furthermore, if he's seeking a positive case for atheism, he can find it. And that's all I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Trace.
Nice of you to come on. Another new voice.
Yes, it was nice having you on. And
so I just say real quick, I'm sympathetic to the Kalam. Like one of the first part, maybe there may be some type of causal thing, but it's probably going to be if we ever find it, it'll be so far beyond our current ability to understand that we wouldn't even recognize it if we saw it.
And my big thing with the Kalam is just any ties to a deity. It's just, I do not understand why a first cause, and I'm not saying anyone here, because clearly there could be a first cause without a God. I just don't understand why a being, something with a brain, a mind, something that once again,
all those things. If you assume the first premise, he brings all that in.
Yeah, I almost regret that we did 1.5 speed now. Because man, all that stuff at the very end, just all that Allah at the last 5 minutes. Like if that was a sandwich, it was just like they just squeezed that in. It starts out so secular at the beginning.
Have a mind, have a will, have everything.
Yeah, it was intelligent. And see, that's my when I have a really clear definition of intelligence, which the ability to make predictions, and so I want to know why this creature. You could see this when an animal is hunting; they are trying to predict where the other animal is going to go so that they could be faster and cut it off. I just don't understand why it would be intelligent. I don't understand why it would be personal. They use that word personal too, which is like personal, like it wants to date me. It wants to have a relationship. I mean, like, can we get coffee first? Like, what the hell is going on here? I don't know.
It wants to take you out to dinner and then take you to the hotel.
I know. Hey, and let me tell you, I'm open for it, but they got to show up. They got to stop ghosting.
I don't understand.
They almost derive sexual pleasure from being deceitful.
It's like being ghosted from OnlyFans.
I thought you liked being on your knees, Amy. I don't understand what
Woo-hoo.
you're saying.
She does.
Well, I
like her being on her knees. That's all that matters.
Number one, I do like being on my knees.
I make a single sentence. But yes, I do. What was the question in that? I forget what the question. There was a question in there. But yes, the person needs to be there. It could be what is it called? Daddy God, but he's got to get there. Okay, you got to be there. Got to be there.
That's like Mr. Batman when he doesn't feel about a loving, living, eternal, lawgiver God.
Yeah, it's just so many attributes that are just. But once again, that has
intelligent.
But like Leo says, like you guys were saying, it has nothing really to do with the Kalam. That doesn't, anything I just said and James is just saying, that doesn't disprove the Kalam. There could still be a first cause. My big beef is with the agency part. That's what I want proven.
Assuming way too much.
Shut up, you double glazing salesman.
And okay. We had a convert, and then I think he reverted. And then he converted and reverted again. It's okay. He's in between. He's learning tonight. Peter.
He goes both ways.
Goes both ways, don't we all? We have been Midnight Ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? I hope you had a fun time tonight. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Okay. So I first of all, I love being in between, and in my personal relationship, that's basically where I'm found most times. Which some people do take offense to.
Oh, I'm hurt now. I'm ball hurt now.
Yeah, I know you are, and that's probably my fault, isn't it?
Bad Peter, bad Peter.
Okay. So, yeah, is atheism absurd? Yeah, I don't think so, because I've seen a lot of videos just like the one that you showed at the start of the show, and to me it's not convincing. And people ask me what does it need for you to be convinced, and I always go back to the fact that if there's an omnipotent, all-powerful, omniscient God, then he knows what it will take for me to believe in him and to no longer be an atheist. And so far, he hasn't done that. So I'm asking God, why aren't you showing yourself? How long do I have to keep asking for you to show up?
Don't hold your breath, because I don't want to be held responsible when you turn blue.
Okay. I already thought that might be the case, but yeah. So for me, it's I don't think we're going to get that evidence. So I don't.
It seems like if they
atheism
had it, they would have brought it out by now. Probably.
Yeah.
We would have seen it.
To me, atheism is the rational position, and in the great words of Simus, I'd like to end with.
Can someone get this ugly fucker off my screen, please?
You're welcome.
Woohoo! Thank
Peter's
you
always
so very
recording.
much, Peter.
I do feel privileged. I do feel privileged to be amongst such highfalutin peoples as Darth Dawkins and Orthangelo.
That's truly an honor.
Oh,
Truly an honor.
and don't forget Garth and this person.
Number one, I do like being on my knees.
And Darth
I
Tangelo.
knew it was about to, that was about to come. I knew that was about to.
Darth
Look, I
Tangelo.
need to
Newman,
ask you.
focus.
And
See?
Amaretto's cat.
Prediction. And yay!
One thing I forgot, Amy. One thing I forgot. I do. I usually do shout outs for other people. First, I want to do a shout out for
So
Oz.
I would like to know, how is
What?
Oz's reasoning as a grown adult any different than being a snot-nosed pothead teenager who's just simply being argumentative?
Okay, the answer to that is a show that aired earlier today on the Tart channel and also on the Normalizing Atheism channel. I really urge people to go
Was that
and
the,
watch that. It's
the abuse episode?
Yes,
Child abuse?
it's
Yeah,
the
I
abu-
watched it.
it's-
Yeah.
yeah, it's the abuse episode.
It's
It
very
cut
powerful.
out halfway. It cut out halfway on my end. YouTube was being a dick, so I'll have to watch the second half later today.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a show that I think everyone should go watch, because
Get to see the real danger, the real harm that religion does to people.
And it's why
exactly
why
and
we do channels
and-
like
and-
these channels. Yep.
And if
Yeah,
only I could
and
if only I could be a 16-year-old snot-nosed teenager smoking pot again.
If only.
Listen, you can be whatever you want to be.
Okay,
And okay.
and another thing. On Wednesday, 5 p.m. U.S. Central Time or midnight European time for
6
Simon's.
p.m.
that would
Eastern.
be 11 p.m. On Ra's going to be on Atheist Junior's channel for an
That's
interview.
right.
So
Go
make
check
sure
that
you
out.
don't miss that
Be
either.
there or be square. You won't want to miss it.
Exactly.
I can't. There we go.
And then
I did it.
we have to do a little shout out for Randolph Richardson.
This is the guy who's the head of Canadian Atheist. I mean, have you ever heard, and you're going to have to excuse me, folks, have you ever heard such a dumb fuck in your whole life?
That tells me right there, whatever Randolph was doing was the right thing. He was doing it perfectly. If he triggered
that's
Darth like
why that's why Darth was triggered. It was both Oz and Randolph, and because they're sweethearts, it absolutely it gets under Darth's skin because
cut 'em
Darth
off
wants
at the
to look
knees.
good. So if they look
and
good, then Darth rages.
We can ask Darth. Darth, do you can you tell us what happened to Randolph, or maybe impersonate him?
What about
I'm sorry, I fell
Kumbaya,
asleep.
Peter? Kumbaya.
Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya.
I could listen to that all day.
And And speaking of Darth's enemy, Randolph Richardson, I think he's fallen asleep, but this would
What a
now be your
moron.
Randolph. If not, we're gonna send out love to CanadianAtheist.ca. Going once,
And
going
Randolph.
twice. Sold. We heart
He's a
you,
great guy.
Randolph. The
Godfather of
grandfather
atheism.
of atheism. He's got to take a nap.
Godfather.
That's what grandfathers do.
No,
and
Godfather,
in that
not
case,
grandfather.
Grandfather, Godfather. That's right.
Godfather.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not quite as badass. That's not as badass.
Newman, focus.
Focus.
Badass atheist.
F-U-C-U-S. What does that spell?
He's not having dinner at 3 in the afternoon and going to bed at 5.
Oh, that sounds good, but okay. But anyway, James, we have been midnight ranting on Is Atheism Absurd? It's been a wild and fun ride. Land
Almost
us home.
5 hours. This was a
I
long
know.
one, but it was a good one. It was got some new people in here, so that's good. Some healthy debate, healthy conversation, which is always good, and everybody's friends at the end because we're all on the same team here. And even if our theists come on, we're still nice to them too. They're wrong, and we'll let them know
you're
that.
bullshitting. I know you're bullshitting, and everyone
Yes.
else in the room knows you're bullshitting.
Absolutely, Darth. Yes. Thank you, Darth. Yeah, great discussion, everybody. Thanks everybody for coming on, and yeah, do it to us, Amy. Take us out.
Woo-hoo!
Put us to bed. Tuck us in.
All right.
And then beat us with a baseball bat.
Here we go. Let's. I can't wait. I'm just so excited.
Grab your bat, Amy. Where's your bat?
All right, here we go for the
Newman,
mob boss.
focus.
Focus. Good night. Right there, baby. From Harley Quinn herself. She's ready. I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Midnight Ranting. Is atheism absurd? Where we had a discussion on whether not believing in gods is a rational belief, while also listening to a video on a view from the opposing side and having some metaphysical fun. I want to thank my co-host, James W., with our special guest host, Oz, and our guests, Leo Felius, Randolph, Peter, Drace, Love Guides the Wise, Not Gods, Simos, Bird, Pat, and Amaretto, along with all the lovely people in chat and our awesome mods who make this stream so great. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, and hit that all button icon so you can be part of our live streams for YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. And if you'd like to help us make more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/abnewman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z.
The Bible tells us